Did he tell you to go ahead?
Good. I'd like to call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Madam Clerk, will you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Bayless?
Here.
Councilmember Leon?
Present.
Councilmember Kurtz?
Here.
Councilmember Moss?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Meeks?
Here.
Let the record show we have 5 members present.
Okay, Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, we do. Item number 2, which is the conference with legal counsel existing litigation of the name of the case of Jose Luis Torres Marquez, that has been removed from the closed session agenda.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, can you call forward any speakers we have addressing the closed session agenda?
Mayor Pro Tem, we don't have any in-person speakers, and we did not receive any electronic comments on the closed session agenda.
Thank you. Hearing none, we will close public comment on the closed session agenda, and we will recess to closed session. I'd like to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. I will apologize for the mayor. She is ill this evening, so I will be leading the meeting. The first item on the agenda is an invocation that will be offered this evening by Pastor Paulo Marcel from Dwelling Place in Anaheim. It's out in District 6. Following that, Councilmember Rubalcaba will lead us in the flag salute. Will you please stand?
Jesus, we thank you for this city, God. We thank you for Anaheim. We thank you for the name you've called upon the city, Anaheim, city by the river. God, I pray right now that your spirit would come over the city hall, every room, and every person here, Jesus. Lord, come and fill this place. We need your presence in this moment, God. Lord, I pray that you would bring hope to the ones that are hopeless right now in the streets of Anaheim. God, that you would go and visit the streets, visit Catella, Lord. Visit Orange Torp, Jesus. That everywhere, visit Disneyland, God. That everywhere your peace would be felt. Lord, I pray that in this city and in the city hall, Jesus, you would visit every heart who's tired, everyone who's lost hope, that you would be their hope, God. I pray that even physically, Lord, even physical bodies would be changed, would be transformed, and would be healed, Lord. I pray, Jesus, that Anaheim would be known as a city of hope and a city of light, and that the Sun of Justice would shine over the city limits, Jesus. Lord, I pray that your spirit would be over this place and that Jesus would be the Lord in every situation and in every decision. God, that you would be honored, that your joy would be over Anaheim, Lord. I pray for every official here, and I pray that every one of them, Jesus, would be met by you, that as they fight for the city, as they fight for the lesser ones, that at their house, that their families would be taken care of. As they are here, Jesus, taking care of your little ones, that you would take care of their little ones too, God. I pray for unity in this place, Lord, that there would be unity over the city with one goal, to honor you, God, and to bring peace and justice over every single home and every single house. I also pray for peace over the hospitals of Anaheim, over the education system, the schools, that all the kids, youth, adults, and elderly would be blessed by you, Jesus. Lord, I bless the city to be prosperous, to be known in the world as an example of goodness, of hope, of joy, of salvation, Lord. We declare your name in this city hall, Jesus. And we declare that Anaheim belongs to you. We bless you, Father. In your name we ask. Amen. 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 Thank you.
Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God bless America.
We now have a couple of recognitions. I'll step. First recognition is recognizing Anaheim High School football booster, James Oragle. For more than 50 years, James Oragle has lived and embodied the adage to be true to your school. A class of 1972 graduate, Jimmy has stayed true to Anaheim High and today stands as the school's most enduring booster. For decades, Jimmy has been the biggest supporter of Anaheim High football. He can be found under the Friday night lights at Glover Stadium, selling team gear and keeping traditions alive. As an Anaheim High student, Jimmy was a Yell leader, and he's a lifelong resident of our city. Today, we are honored to be Jimmy's biggest booster. On behalf of Anaheim, we thank you for your dedication and service to our community. Jimmy, if you could please join us for a few words and a photo.
I just want to thank one person that's not here anymore, Betty Fee, who was my partner in crime when I first started at Anaheim High School in 1969. When I started working there, when I started going to school there. And then after I graduated, I continued. My mom went to Anaheim, and my family's been in Anaheim since 1880. So we've been a long time Anaheimers.
Right up here. 1, 2.
Would you all like to get some cell phone photos? Does anybody want to come up?
I can do it from right here.
Got it. A couple more here. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next presentation, let me get my glasses on, even though the print is fairly large. Recognizing Anaheim Union High School District student ambassadors and the student representative to the Board of Trustees. Tonight, we're honored to recognize an outstanding group of students who demonstrate leadership, service, and being a voice for others. Our Anaheim Union High School District student ambassadors are not only advocates for their peers, they are powerful contributors to the work the district does. They serve as a bridge between our schools and the community. The ambassadors advocate for student concerns, organizing district events, and actively representing their entire student bodies. The Board of Trustees brings the voice of thousands of students to the meetings. Their insight and contributions are valuable in shaping the policies and priorities of the district. You are not only making a difference in your school, but in your community and beyond. On behalf of your City Council, I want to thank you for all your dedication and leadership. So please come forward.
I didn't prepare anything, but I just want to say thank you to Anaheim for giving us this opportunity to serve our school and be leaders at such a young age. We come up here to stand as young women in leadership, and I feel like it's a great representation for younger girls who are also wanting to take on this path. So thank you again.
And then everybody look right here.
1, 2. Right here. Cell phone photos or?
Next on our agenda are recognitions to be presented at a later date. Madam Clerk, will you please announce them?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We have 5 this evening, recognizing April 13th to the 19th as California Mosquito Awareness Week, recognizing April 25th as National Arbor Day, recognizing the month of April 2025 as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month, recognizing the months of April and May 2025 as Affordable Fair Housing Months, and recognizing May 2025 as Water Awareness Month. And we do have a representative from Anaheim Public Utilities to accept that proclamation recognition. If they can step forward at this time.
Hi, good evening and happy Earth Day, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. Thank you for your recognition of May as Water Awareness Month. My name is Michelle Chavez and I'm an associate engineer with Anaheim Public Utilities. I've been fortunate to start as a Cal State Fullerton intern and I am now managing infrastructure projects for the benefit of our community. To kick off Water Awareness Month, we'll be hosting an educational celebration with 200 Danbrook Elementary students on May 1st. They'll witness a pipe tapping demonstration and learn about the importance of water conservation. This event is open to all residents, so we hope you'll join us at the Downtown Farmers Market. Water Awareness Month is also an opportunity to encourage residents and businesses to participate in rebates and sustainability programs that conserve our precious water resources. With our customer support, Anaheim has already reduced our annual water consumption by 30% over the past 20 years. For more information, we invite everyone to visit anaheim.net/bewatersmart. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I will reconvene the Anaheim Housing Authority in joint session with the City Council. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to tonight's agenda?
Mayor Pro Tem, we do have one this evening. On the consent calendar, agenda item number 9 is an agreement for sale of property with Anaheim East Vermont for property located at 514 through 522 East Vermont Avenue. Staff has requested to remove that item from tonight's agenda and will bring back at a later date.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first speakers addressing the agenda?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Speakers have one opportunity to address the City Council, except for the scheduled public hearings. Public comment is limited to 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. A second public comment period will be opened by the Mayor Pro Tem only if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during this first public comment period, and it'll be open at the end of council business. The time limit for public comment is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which are available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called by the speaker card number. I'd also like to announce that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For translation services in other languages, we ask if you can please contact the City Clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I'd like to introduce our interpreter who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
Buenas tardes. Se proporcionan servicios de interpretación al español en todas las reuniones del Consejo Municipal. Se proporciona interpretación simultánea al español a través del uso de audífonos y la interpretación consecutiva está disponible para cualquier persona quien desea dirigirse al Consejo Municipal. Para servicios de traducción en otros idiomas, por favor comuníquese con la oficina del secretario municipal al menos 48 horas antes de la reunión programada.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate you reflecting this spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:33, with a 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 7:03, or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask that speakers line up at the podium once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me. And Mayor and City Council, I'll go ahead and call the first speaker. The first speaker addressing item 21, Mr. Vern Nelson.
Hello, Vern Nelson, Tenants United, Anaheim. I see that with item 21, you guys are discussing passing a resolution in support of Assembly Bill 63, a bill that'll make it easier to bust prostitutes on Beach Boulevard. I'm sure this is important to residents near Beach Boulevard. I hope if you do that, you will also support a bill that'll make life better for most Anaheim residents, that'll reduce homelessness and displacement, that'll make it easier for folks who work in this town to stay here and stop the bleeding away of families out of Anaheim and reducing our education funding, and that is SB 1157, the Affordable Rent Act. Before we talk about this new bill, we have to talk about the weaknesses of the state law we have right now, the Tenant Protection Act of 2019. It was progress back in 2019. It is better than nothing, but it was a huge compromise. To start with, it has no enforcement mechanism, which we know Natalie and the rest of you will start taking care of here very soon. But beyond that, the 2019 law allows rents to be increased up to 10% every year, which is a huge amount. Literally, rents can be raised by the cost of living plus 5%, and in many recent years, that has meant 10%. We're not against landlords. They deserve to make a profit from their investments, but we ask, why should they increase their profits by 5% every year on the backs of the working class? This was the best the legislature could do in 2019. It was a big compromise with the Apartment Association, the landlords' lobbyist group. On top of that, the bill excludes various properties protected by Costa-Hawkins. It includes mobile home parks, who can raise rents as high as they want. And the bill is due to sunset in 2013, which is getting closer and closer. After that, we'll have no Tenants Protection Act and no rent caps. Hi, Kristen. So this bill, AB 1157, the Affordable Rent Act, which we are asking you to support, does three main things which will really help Anaheim renters keep their homes. It lowers the annual rent increases cap from 10% to 5%, or cost of living plus 2%. It covers more rental properties than before, and it makes the Tenant Protection Act permanent, removing the 2030 sunset. Tenants United Anaheim, joining the statewide coalition Tenants Together, strongly supports AB 1157. We hope that the Anaheim City Council, representing as it does tens of thousands of renters, will also support it with a resolution and encourage our lawmakers, Sharon Quirk-Silva, Avelino Valencia, and Tom Umberg, to vote in support. And we also look forward to the council starting to enforce the existing state law because it's frequently broken. One last thing, Tenants United Anaheim is not against landlords per se. Many are good, law-abiding businessmen who care about their tenants, but in more and more cases, they are out-of-town corporations who wring as much as they can out of their people. And they're extremely well-organized and well-represented in government and the courts, which is why Tenants United Anaheim is so important. You can find us at TU Anaheim on Facebook and Instagram, and at tenantsunitedanaheim.org. Thank you.
Our next speaker, if they can
Did you
please
hear all that, Natalie?
Speaker, R. Joshua Collins.
Hello, my name is R. Joshua Collins, founder of Homeless Advocates for Christ on Facebook. First, I just want to encourage everyone to give their life to Jesus Christ, who died on the cross for us, to deliver us from our sin, to give us forgiveness, everlasting life, salvation from hell, and eternity in heaven. Whether you've been involved in sexual sins or alcoholism, marijuana, lies, pride, self-centeredness, there's forgiveness, deliverance available through Jesus. He works with us and gives us that peace that only God can give. And I want to talk about the homeless issue. I want to also thank the city that's, as far as what they've done so far, as they were able to get some of the homeless here to speak. But there are about 15 or so that aren't able to make it here. And, my question is, what can be done to connect the homeless wanting help with Sandra, Lazo, whoever that can't make it to this meeting? Because no one oftentimes can watch their property, their blankets, their dogs. I saw on item number 12 that they got $2 to $3 million given to take people's property and store it and all that kind of stuff from public spaces. So I guess my question also is, how long until the property is taken? Since a lot of the homeless people, obviously they leave their property in public spaces. And a lot of times when I call CityNet, beds aren't available for the homeless in the shelters, and the city is still short approximately 93% of the amount of affordable housing needed for the area. So, of course, increased rent and gas prices have forced many to the streets. And what can we do to reach them, as the pastor prayed earlier? We got to do more, I think, to go to them and not work against ourselves. Also, my homeless friends that actually did get some help from Sandra, he's out there still waiting for help, a little more help, obviously. But the police, he said, have been taking their property and all this, so he has to still stay out there. He couldn't make it to the meeting today. So it seems like the city is kind of working against itself. So we need to kind of stop avoiding the elephant in the room, obviously, the need for more affordable housing, lower rent prices, and just help for the average person that doesn't make a six-figure income or things like that, and to bring hope and deliverance and, work opportunities, things like that for people. We have veterans, disabled, mentally ill, mothers, fathers, people out there, vulnerable women out there. And it's just sad to see sometimes how hard it is to get someone help off the street. So if you can let me know how I could more directly work with the city to get these people off of the street, I'd appreciate it. And I'll leave my card with you over here and give the number there. But I really like to see more help. And I work with quite a few people, so it'd be great to see the city work towards that end. Thanks for your help.
Our next speaker.
Anaheim for many years has operated like the mythological Hydra, a creature with many heads. You had the mayor, Harry Sidhu, the head of the Chamber of Commerce, Todd Ament, Visit Anaheim with Jay Barres, lobbyists like Jeff Flint, Disney, and the Angels. That's 6 entities or 6 heads trying to con the city out of as much money as they could cram in their greedy little pockets. Then there was the smaller Hydra made up of employees such as Mike Leister, Tom Morton, Rob Fabella, Jim Vanderpool, Greg Garcia, and many others. This Hydra operated according to orders from the main Hydra, but did not question anything. They all lied and lied and lied to protect themselves as well as the main Hydra. However, like all mythological tales, there is drama. The main head, Harry Sidhu, was cut off due to the efforts of some very brave residents. Following that, the head of the chamber, Todd Ament, was next to go. Jay Barres and Jeff Flint ran and hid. Disney spent money trying to survive, money that was spent on buying council seats to support their Hydra head. The Angels took as much as they could from the city and the residents, hoping to survive. Harry Sidhu and Todd Ament are going to federal prison. Chamber of Commerce is closing up shop, and you are actually considering renewing a contract with Visit Anaheim. I don't understand how stupid you guys can be. Where is the audit of Visit Anaheim with verified documentation? Visit Anaheim was named multiple times in the JL Group report as being involved in that corruption. Visit Anaheim worked hand in hand with the chamber, with Sidhu, with city staff, all to embezzle as much money as possible from the residents of this city. The head of the Hydra that is Visit Anaheim needs to be cut off, and services that they provided need to be brought in-house to honest city staff. Visit Anaheim is no more a nonprofit than Disney is. The top 3 employees of Visit Anaheim make a combined annual salary of well over $1 million. That is money that should be going into the general fund. They have approximately $30 million in reserves. How is that money being spent? Do you guys know? They have recently hired at least 12 employees across the country to drum up business. Where are the reports from those people saying who they've talked to, how many calls they've made, and how many contracts have been signed? Or are those people just relatives drawing paychecks from the city with no accountability, as this city doesn't ask any questions? How many contracts or sales are generated from all of the conventions they attend, pushing Anaheim, pushing Anaheim, pushing Anaheim? Where's the proven documentation of anything that they claim to do? It is time to cut off Visit Anaheim, just like we cut off the Chamber of Commerce and Harry Sidhu. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Hi, Mike Robbins, People's Homeless Task Force. Housing is a human right. My wife mentioned Visit Anaheim in the corruption report. They were mentioned 191 times. We spent a lot of money and time putting together the documentation to take down the past administration, and Visit Anaheim was certainly a big part of that. Part of the problem now is that Anaheim is dependent on the resort industry, and we need somebody to back that up. Visit Anaheim certainly is not doing that. So we need to replace them. We need to do something different. You have to rethink, imagine something different, and we have to take it in-house and use the money to prop up the resort industry, which pays a lot of the bills in Anaheim. Not saying that we don't need more from them, because with 25 million tourists, we've always said we need $1 or $2 more, which would have balanced the budget this year, for instance, if we were getting just $2 more from every visitor to Disneyland. I think I wrote down some things too. These issues highlight the importance of cutting our losses in managing public funds related to tourism and exiting Visit Anaheim. Ray Barres was getting a lot of money even during COVID, and where a lot of people were taking pay cuts, even union members. So I think we need to revisit this. You guys are all smart guys. And certainly this is a big part of our budget. So we need to revisit this. We need to stop Visit Anaheim. We need to rethink it. We need to bring it in-house. And we need to use that money to prop up the resort industry, which is the basis of our budget, or a big part of our budget here in Anaheim. I do want to say one thing. This is something my wife wanted me to mention. Council members and staff don't go through the security checkpoint. A lot of people in a lot of businesses, it's the employees that come in and do some horrible things. And I'm actually going to read something from Jordan Brandman, who was in our house. I've met him many times. I thought he was a fairly nice guy. But Brandman had flown into a rage about city employees, telling another aide while yelling and sobbing that he wanted to walk into City Hall and blow people's heads off because they were not complying with his directives. This is an important part of why everybody should be walking through the security checkpoint. You, your friends, the staff, everybody, for your protection and for ours too, if that's the case. Thank you very much.
For the next speaker, please step forward. Kenneth Batiste.
First thing, giving honor to God, those on the panel. Diocese is serving the God of the people. I want to say, Visit Anaheim. We already know that Visit Anaheim was one of the 3 culprits that was laundering the money from the city of Anaheim. So there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. That's already been in the JL report. What are we talking about? We're talking about people who have power, who deal with ill faith and deal in the interest of the special interest and not in the interest of the people. That's the problem with our country today. It's the same thing. It's a facade. Citizens United Had nothing to do with Citizens United. It had more to do with Money United. Look at us now. Homelessness, children affected, people being deported, people that are here, people hate. People are coming to the city council asking you to do something. Because why? They can't go to other people in power to go ahead and voice their opinions. So my point is this right here. A lot of you came in with promises of campaign reform. How much campaign reform have we got? There's nothing stopping it from happening again. Why? The puppet masters are still in control. A lot of people are afraid of Disney. They're such a big powerhouse. They're afraid of people in the phone. I'm not afraid of anybody. As long as I got my guy behind me, we can take down Goliath. Why? We need our own media. People in America don't even know that our mayor got indicted. That the Angels, we still got an owner who tried to take billions of dollars from the residents, but we got an owner that lost his NBA team because he was using profanities and racial slurs. That's what's wrong. I remind people, in God we trust, because we're showing more wickedness every day. A lack of a backbone to stand up for what's right and what's moral. And when you go ahead and you bend over and you just act like you don't see the writing on the wall, then you're a major part of the problem. I'm gonna leave with this.
Mr. Batista, I'm sorry, your time is up.
All right. I have something here. This is, maybe I don't get everybody's attention. Ms. Rubalcaba, I'm a process server also. You've been served. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, that concludes speakers on agenda items. We have now 6 general comments. I'll go ahead and call the first speaker, Cecil Jordan Corkin.
I had a report to give to the mayor, but she's not here. I had the titles for the, we're working to end child trafficking porn crackdown. And I got it on the mayor channel. I got it on the EWTN Catholic Word Network. 460. That's where I do my Bible. I'm a priest. And those are the reports. And I'm working on the animation sex trafficking of Disney. I'm working on to clean that up. And I met Frozen of Anna and Elsa both. And Anna, I had a heart attack in her arms. I passed out, the big one. Then I had number 2 with Dan from Roseanne at Target. Then I went back to Stater Brothers and I had another heart attack when she went and bought some shoes and was gonna take me to the taco stand, and I got frightened and I had to go home on the bus, and that's what happened to me. And I'm still wishy-washy on the situation. And we're trying to work on the understanding of Disney and the sexual harassment with Paxar. He got 25 years in jail, 25 to life in jail over that matter of being drunk on the job and messing with his employees, the ladies. And that's the way I understand it now. I read the reports the other day, the last meeting, and prayed. And this time I wanted the mayor to be here. and I was looking for her to be here to get the reports from me. And only thing I know to do now is to pray over this matter and see what happened with Frozen. She got mad at me for not going to the taco stand with her, and it's been hard to associate with her to get her out of the animation sex trafficking that's on Disney right now. I want to see that cleaned up. I'm working with the actor that does the actor, and they're abusing her on sexual reality on that matter. And I want to see, that's what's going on with Disney on television and computer. They got the gayness of blue on the computer. You need to tell your children and take that TV and turn off the TV on Disney, because it's not safe to watch right now. And I'm trying to get the matter straightened out with the actor of Frozen and Anna and Elsa. Let me work on that matter. And I'm trying to get Elsa to listen to me, but she got mad at me. for not
Cecil, I'm
going with
sorry,
the
your time
taco
is up.
stand. Okay.
We'll have the next speaker step forward.
Norma Kappa's Kurt. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. God bless you. That's what I'm talking to you. Let me see
All
what
right, thank
happens when
you.
the mayor gets back. I'll repeat
All right,
the
Cecil,
reports.
so your time's up. Thank you. Can we
Okay,
get the
thank
next?
you. Norma Kappa's Kurt.
Our next speaker, Dwayne Roberts.
Let's see what happens. Outreach Children's Ministries, and I pray for y'all in the mornings.
Dwayne Roberts, editor and publisher, AnaheimInvestigator.com, and newly elected Assistant Secretary Treasurer, Tenants United Anaheim. Two things. First, I strongly urge this body to back Assembly Bill 1157, which will strengthen the statewide law passed in 2019 protecting apartment dwellers from rent gouging. But despite that law's good intentions, it is not enough. Corporate landlords and billionaires continue jacking up rents to their legal maximum to boost profits, making it increasingly difficult for working class tenants to pay for housing. Furthermore, it is set to expire on January 1st, 2030, leaving millions of Californians potentially vulnerable to huge rent hikes, mass evictions, displacement, and homelessness. In its current form, AB 1157 will do the following. 1, reduce allowable annual rent increases to 2% above the rate in inflation with a hard cap of 5%, whichever is less. 2, greatly expand coverage, including extend just cause evictions to single-family homes, condominiums, accessory dwelling units, and townhouses. And 3, make statewide rent control permanent. If we are to make any real progress in addressing the state's housing crisis, it is imperative drastic action be taken to limit rent increases. AB 1157 is an important step in that direction. Second, I want to bring to your attention the fact the city is repeatedly failing to comply with Public Records Act requests in a timely manner. I'm still waiting for documents I asked for last August. In discussions I have had with city staff, I've been informed there are two main reasons for this. Problems with new software used to search for records, and lack of personnel. For example, I learned only one person in the city clerk's office is processing these requests for everybody. Last week, I was told somebody will eventually be hired to help them out, but when? In closing, this situation makes a mockery of the claim that this city is the most transparent ever in the city, if not the state. How can you lay title to it when people are constantly delayed access to public records which tell them what is going on behind closed doors? I thank you very much for your time. Good night.
Thank you, Teresa, for that warm introduction. I just wanted to point out that we actually still have in play, now that the mayor, ex-mayor, has been found guilty and has got a slap on the wrist and is going to pay a big fine. And then we find that the Chamber of Commerce is no longer functional. They're closing their doors. And why Visit Anaheim is still in existence is anybody's guess. But there's still more to it than that. There's still so much more that we yet to know. Maybe we'll know someday. hopefully sooner than later. But it's just that we have the JL report that's been redacted, and there's been parts of it that haven't been fully released to the public. And we got to know what's going on with that JL report. We should have those individuals come in here and tell us more about what's going on. There's people in this city hall that know more than what they've claimed to know. There has to be more accountability and less trying to hide the ball or trying to move it up where to play keep away with the public, because the longer you do that, the less chance you ever have of getting the public trust back, because this is just keeps festering itself, keeps perpetuating down the road. We have much a new city council since Harry Sadu was here, and we still have sort of this I don't know, this feeling of not being told what's going on, and we need to know really what's going on. And there's people upstairs and all around this city hall that know more than they've said, and I guess they're feeling safe now that Harry's got his sentence. Todd Ament, Jeff Flint. There's a whole group there that need to be found out that we don't know about. There's people that are in the shadows and people that are still, somehow under the radar, and we need to find out about that, because you're not going to get the public trust back. You're just not going to do it by playing this, oh, I didn't know, or I wasn't here when that happened. No, you have to stand up. Each one of you has to stand up.
Our next speaker, if they can please step forward. Tyra Hardiman. Our next speaker, Matthew Duncan.
Matthew Duncan. First thing, happy Earth Day. And in observance of Earth Day, I have left over here on the side table for each of you a copy of this brochure that I have referred to a few times, produced by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, titled Keep Me Wild. It's about coexisting with coyotes. And nowhere in the brochure does it talk about trapping or gassing coyotes. But anyway, check it out. It's just a brochure, but it has quite a bit of good information in it. And I really like the last statement in this brochure. States, please respect and protect wild animals. Keep them wild. Because I respect and grew up respecting coyotes, I'm doing my best to protect them. So, next thing. Yesterday, I came over here and I walked around the perimeter of this building. And those of you who were here a year ago remember that I notified you that you had rodent poison boxes that were in violation of state law. Anyway, Orkin I counted 12 boxes, poison boxes. 3 of them belong to Orkin. They are all following, all 3 boxes were labeled properly. 6 of the boxes belong to Animal Pest Management Services, the same 6 that were there a year ago. They've never been picked up. I suspect you may not be contracted with Animal Pest Management Services. The boxes look to be, they've been there a long time. The problem with those boxes is they list 2 poisons, and both of them are banned, so they're in violation of state law. 2 of the boxes belong to Protecta. There was no identification of the poison inside the boxes. And then lastly, one box had no identifying information as to who owns the box or what poisons were in the box. So you're not at fault for this. It's the fault of the poison, of the pest control companies. They are the ones who are responsible. So what I might recommend that you contact Animal Pest Management Services. Their owner's name is Dan Fox. He knows what the law is. He just, in my opinion, he's not following the law. So again, happy Earth Day. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Brian Kay.
Happy day. Recently, we had the Police Review Board meeting, and one of the leaders invited one of the motor officers who's in charge of the street racings. Whenever there's street racing, his department runs out and tries to stop it. And she's explained that one day she was driving with her child in the car, and the street racers put their hands up and said, "Stop, we're doing a street race, and we don't want any traffic to go down the street. We don't want anyone to get hurt." So I was kind of surprised that here she is trying to protest street racing. I mean, I realize it's not something we should be promoting, but it doesn't belong in a police review board meeting. And here's kind of the twist. Less than a week ago, Anaheim had a deadly situation where a police officer unloaded his clip into a vehicle, put 5 or 6 holes through the back window, out the front window. And nobody stood out there on the street and said, "Hey, we're going to be shooting. Please don't drive down the street. Watch out." I mean, the street racers at least gave the people a chance. And I saw the video maybe a half hour after, like on a delayed play, and it looks like the airbag went off, and that might be why the officer fired. Saw some smoke and dust and reacted. But you can't take that back. And it wasn't, even if we say that the person deserved to be killed, let's say they were a murderer. What about the person on the other side? We're not up here trying to, bust on your clothing. Quite honestly, Carlos, sir, you're the most impeccably dressed person up there. Norma and Natalie, you kind of give me that whole family mom vibe, Ryan, you're kind of that laid-back dad, should be able to approach you with anything. Kristen, you're kind of that young, upbeat, hey, let's go, let's do stuff. And all of you have said, invited, hey, come down and talk to us. Help us make the city better. Wouldn't the city be better if maybe you had paid attention to some of our petitions? I mean, you have a better chance of being shot in Anaheim by an errant bullet than you do by getting hit by street racers. We feel like we should be able to share that with you, and that within a week, maybe 2 weeks, maybe a whole year, that it be addressed and it be publicly addressed. And quite honestly, some of these speakers deserve awards for the changes that they've brought to Anaheim, but they're still vilified and treated like less than. So in regards to the Pope, moment of silence. Happy day.
Our next speaker, Graciela Arzola.
Hello, my name is Graciela Arzola. I'm here because I want to know what the city council is doing to prevent gentrification in Anaheim with the new rezoning and stuff. And what will you guys be doing for the homeless population? I saw the girl that was just here, and it's pretty sad that there's laws in place to protect individuals that are not able to care for themselves, such as Laura's Law. And I grew up in Anaheim, was born on Lakeview when Kaiser was still there, but the homeless population has drastically increased. And throughout sitting here and hearing everyone talk about Anaheim, it's ridiculous that you guys have such a high number of homeless when there's so much tax revenue? And they are marginalized population, you know? What are you guys doing as city councilmen or representatives to help those individuals that cannot help themselves? Are you guys working with the county, or are you guys providing any mental health services for your constituents? Or are you guys even looking into Loris Law, if that's something you guys could do here? And it's true what the guy said. You guys just sit here, listen, and you guys don't bother providing a comment. And yes, then I believe her name was Ceci. Yeah, she needs help. And it's not okay just to wave her off like your time's off, you know? What resources are you guys providing? There is a law in place to provide services for those individuals that cannot care for themselves, which was newly passed. And it's important to know what you guys will be doing to prevent gentrification happening in Anaheim, because don't forget, this city was built by minorities and has remained successful because of the minorities that live here.
Our next speaker.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGreece.com. Public engagement. Through public engagement, I met the 42 families evicted from the Walnut Street apartments. They had to go outside City Hall to court to get help. I hope I don't have to go outside to court to get help with the housing element and public engagement. If so, I'm looking to those Walnut Street evicted, and I'm going to do like them and leave no stone unturned. And that's why I brought these. It's about 300 pages that I'd like to enter into the housing element written comments, and they illustrate and demonstrate public engagement, which I had to go outside the housing element to find, but did deal with the housing element. In the mid-year budget workshop held in March, residents learned the city will be receiving less state and federal housing funds this year and in the future. And the economy doesn't appear to be as strong as it was in the past few years. The city is facing a housing problem that has tripled in size over the past 10 years, a deficit budget in the next few years, and a shaky economy. Yet the council continues to follow the same housing policy. If the city council had not excluded the public from the housing element process, it would be looking at a much different draft. This housing element was drafted in the era when Harry Sidhu and Todd Ament were committing their felonies and running City Hall. Public outreach was substituted for public engagement. With this in mind, as well as the 42 families evicted from the Walnut Street apartments, let's turn to the housing element process. It's late in the process for the back and forth of public engagement, but I'll try. Like the Walnut Street residents during this process, I often felt nobody listens. Whether it was during public comments at council meetings, council hearings, council workshops, or council district meetings. Whether it was during public comments at the Planning Commission meetings, Planning Commission hearings, or Planning Commission workshops. Whether it was during the Anaheim Tourism Improvement District Advisory Board meeting or at an ATID Transportation Committee meeting that had been canceled without the public being notified. Whether it was attending overflow council meetings where no chairs, masks, or Wi-Fi were provided. Whether it was submitting written comments to Disney Forward and not seeing them included in the comments section. Whether it was submitting written comments to the housing element draft and not seeing them included. Whether it was waiting 40 months, 3.5 years for the monthly housing element update committee to reconvene, or when it did reconvene, spending half of a planning commission meeting trying to find if any members were in attendance. I'll continue this during the hearing on the housing element.
And Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers. Noting for the record, we did receive public comments electronically. One was related to agenda item 21 for agenda item 21, and 6 were general comments. Each of those were distributed to City Council as well as posted on the city's website that can be found at anaheim.net public comment.
Thank you. We will now close the public comment portion of this meeting and move to the council communications. We have council members wishing to speak. Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you. I'll make this pretty quick here. I just want to give a real quick thanks to our PD and fire. You guys showed up at the extravaganza this last Saturday. I know you brought out the mounted horses, so I appreciate seeing all the support out there for that. And then we got a report this week that I guess you guys also arrested a pimp down on Beach Boulevard, so thank you for that as well. That'll be all.
Thank you. Councilmember Maz.
Thank you. I have a few slides. Thank you. Starting with the Anaheim Public Utilities Water Conservation Art Contest. I shouldn't say contest, but art program. This is in its 35th year. This was held on Wednesday, April 9th, over by the Honda Center. And as you can see, it was supported by the Anaheim Ducks. So it was great to see students out there applying their knowledge of water conservation to art and sharing that with the community. And I wanted to say thank you to APU for sponsoring that. That same day, we had another art exhibition in District 5 at Sunkist Elementary. This was facilitated by Villages of California. Villages of California is an organization that is mental health professionals addressing the mental health crisis that affects all ages. So these students created art displaying what peace means to them. So I wanted to thank them for sharing their art with us. I attended on April 13th the Anaheim Hills Rotary's 15th annual Easter celebration. So that event is put on primarily by volunteers. We also had city staff there. Fire was in attendance, as well as community services to provide resources to attendees. On April 17th last week, I attended the ribbon cutting and grand reopening of the state-of-the-art recycling center and expansion of recycling and food waste organics. This is a processing operation at Republic Services. And this grand reopening was after there was a fire that occurred 3 years ago. So this was a rebuild after that fire. And then lastly on my slides, I attended on April 17th the Mariloma Family Resource Center's Easter celebration. I really want to recognize Teresa Rodriguez. She is the Community Services Coordinator there at Mariloma FRC. She just does a remarkable job at serving not only the neighborhood there, but providing mentorship to her staff there and really recognizing the needs of the community. So I wanted to thank her. And then last council comment, I don't have a slide for, but I was in a meeting today, and OCTA announced additional stops starting at Arctic Center. That will be extension of Route 553, and there will be stops at along Catella on State College, Hastur, Harbor, and then ending at Disneyland. So this may be helpful for our city residents who may work in the resort district. And that is all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Meeks. I want to just mention I represent District 3, which is where City Hall is located. I have approximately 50,000 residents, and I would like to share some of the things that we do in the community in collaboration with city staff and many of the businesses in the area.
The first one is a second annual event that really is tailored towards connecting with the community so that our city employees and city departments can really share the information that we have. This was at Mondragon Market, which is a business that has been part of Anaheim for 40 years. I'd like to thank our Anaheim Public Utilities, as well as fire, police, neighborhood services, and also our police association who attended and provided resources to the community, and also the business owners who did help with who actually brought the community together. Next slide. And today is Earth Day, so in recognition of our Earth, I was able to attend a tree planting with Public Utilities. Thank you, Duke Hooley, for your leadership. But we were able to engage kindergartners as well as their leadership team at Benjamin Franklin Elementary to plant a tree. That really just helps the children understand the benefits of taking care of their earth and the environment. So it was a great way to just recognize the kids and the things that we're doing in the community, and also Public Works and our tree power planting that we do in our city. I also, just a fun fact, our Congressman Lou Correa had a representative there, Janet Brown, who was here earlier today, who's part of the Anaheim High School Alumni Association, and she and the congressman actually attended Benjamin Franklin Elementary, so that's a fun fact. We also hosted in our very brand new park right here outside Center Greens. In collaboration with the Anaheim YMCA as well as City Church, we were able to bring together the community. We had over 500 people who attended this egg hunt, and it was an opportunity for kids just to get to know our park, which is very well attended. For those of you who are familiar, I know people talk about lack of parks in any city, but we are a very park-rich community in District 3 and in Anaheim in general. So I just want to commend our Parks Department, who is overseen by Shawnee Larson-Cash, and Community Services for all of the things that you do in our neighborhoods. So thank you. I'm also excited to highlight one of our latest beautification projects at La Palma Park. I know we had a member of the public just talk about some of the issues that we have on the unhoused population side. And I would like to mention the fact that we have helped a lot of people who were unhoused and residing at La Palma Park. We have put together a HALO team, which is in collaboration with not only our police department, Public Works, Community Services, Neighborhood Services, Housing, to really provide opportunities for our unhoused populations to identify services that are within our city. We've partnered and spent or invested a significant amount of our taxpayer dollars to address this issue. I can probably ask city staff to provide, or if you have any questions, you can also directly email any of your council members who will respond. But during public comment, it's really the public's opportunity to address the council and to speak freely as your First Amendment right to use your 3 minutes to talk about whatever you'd like, as long as you deliver it in a respectful manner. And it's really not we don't really get the opportunity to speak back at that time. So just to let people know, it's not because we're trying to ignore your concerns. It's just not really our turn to speak. But you can also email us. My email address is nrubalcava@anaheim.net, and you can find all of your council members' email addresses on anaheim.net. The next slide, I think that might actually be it. Okay, perfect. So that concludes my council comments, but I also want to thank all the members of the public who came today to speak for addressing issues that concern you in our city.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I want to start off by giving a shout out to Carlos Castellanos and our Public Works team. At our recent OCTA board meeting, the board voted to approve funding for both of Anaheim's applications for M2 funding. One for Project O for almost $900,000 for Lincoln Avenue and Harvard Boulevard intersection improvements to support the right-of-way phase of that project, as well as $360,000 for improvements to Lincoln Avenue from Evergreen Street to State College Boulevard to support the engineering phase of the project. The other one was in the amount of $3.76 million to support signal synchronization along State College Boulevard from Cliffwood all the way to Garden Grove Boulevard. So again, just a huge shout out to Carlos, the entire Public Works team. Thank you for all of your continued efforts in our city. I also want to give District 2 residents a quick update. I know that many are looking at the area off of Nutwood between Catella and Cerritos. You'll notice that we have been working on installing steel fencing. I'm going to preface that, and I'm not sure if it's steel or not, but sturdier fencing as opposed to chain link fencing around that area. It is slated to be a future park for the city. But in the meantime, while we get to that point, we did receive a number of different concerns and comments from residents that live around that neighborhood in regards to public safety and homelessness concerns. And so we are working to address those issues. It's a continuous effort, but I just want to thank all the residents in that area for speaking up and thank them for their patience as we've worked to get to this point in that area. Last week, and I think we actually passed a resolution today, or we're going to present the resolution for California Mosquito Awareness Week. As we enter mosquito season, I want to remind everyone that the Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control District offers services for mosquitoes, red imported fire ants, rats, and also mosquito fish drop-off. You can request an inspection, and an inspector will be dispatched to inspect your property and give you guidance for long-term control and source reduction. So you can feel free to scan the QR code to request an inspection and also learn more about tips and tricks to prevent mosquitoes and other vectors. I want to thank everyone who came out to our Children's Day Fun Fair. We had an amazing time with our city departments, a lot of nonprofit organizations, of course, Wild Wing, and others. Big special shout out to Chief Russell for stopping by, interacting with our community. Also want to thank all of our tireless volunteers and our District 2 team for all of their efforts in making the event a reality and making it a fun event for everybody who attended. So thank you all again. I also attended an autism awareness event with Chief Armendariz and the Anaheim police team. We celebrated Autism Awareness Month at this event, which was filled with heart, hope, and community. Thank you to all of the organizers for helping to uplift our families and friends on the spectrum and for helping to build a more inclusive community, one rooted in understanding, acceptance, and love. We also joined community services, public utilities, code enforcement, and PD for a neighborhood cleanup at Colchester in District 2. I want to give a huge shout out to Mervin, who is a former Project SAFE student and has become a strong advocate and leader for his neighborhood and who helped put this together. Shout out to community services for taking the lead in making a huge difference in this neighborhood and this community. Very proud to see everybody take pride in their neighborhoods, one trash bag at a time. And then two quick reminders. One, we're hosting Canafe with Carlos. That's next Tuesday, a community conversation at Canafe Cafe in Little Arabia. I'll be joined by Chief Russell, Chief Armendariz, so stop by for a sweet treat and stay for the conversation. Whether you're a resident or a business owner, we do look forward to seeing you there. It's a great opportunity to stop by, ask questions, and for us to give you some updates as to what we're working on Brookhurst. And then finally, I want to invite everybody to the Show Off West Anaheim event that is happening at Maxwell Park on Saturday from 10 to 2. Great opportunity to go out there, have some community fun. I think there's a petting zoo or something. We're going to go with yes on that one, and if there is no petting zoo, then I apologize. But it's a fun event for the community, so come on out Saturday at Maxwell Park, 10 to 2. We hope to see you there. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. There's not a petting zoo. Bring a dog. Yeah. So now is the time for the city manager's update. Mr. City Manager, do you have anything to report?
Couple items. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members of the public. The Rainbow Inn was recently acquired by the city of Anaheim, a long-term problem property on the west side of town. As part of the city's Rebuild Beach initiative, is now set for demolition, paving the way for future development, which will enhance safety, improve quality of life, and support the long-term plans in store for West Anaheim. And then Cinco de Mayo, on Saturday, May 3rd, Community Services will be hosting a community celebration of Cinco de Mayo at Center Greens Park right here behind City Hall from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. This event will be different from previous Cinco de Mayo events, which previously held at La Palma Park, but due to recent exciting construction, the community celebration will have local entertainment, 2 headliner bands, vendors, food trucks, community booths and groups, as well as a kids zone and family-friendly activities. For information, please call Community Services at 714-765-5191. See you at Cinco de Mayo at Center Greens Park on May 3rd. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now recess the City Council to address the Anaheim Housing Authority agenda. Item 1 is before us. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Got a motion and a second? Please vote.
Sorry, was this for the consent calendar as a whole?
No,
Oh,
just
item 1.
Item 1 on the Housing Authority.
Okay.
No. Wait, here she comes. Here she comes. Would you like to vote on this one?
The vote is 6 ayes, no nays, and the record absence by Mayor Aiken.
Thank you. We will now reconvene the City Council for item 2, which is a joint public hearing of the Anaheim Housing Authority and the City Council. Will the clerk please read?
Item number 2 is a joint public hearing of the Anaheim Housing Authority and the Anaheim City Council in accordance with Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 regarding the issuance by the Anaheim Housing Authority of its multifamily housing revenue bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $13,105,723 in order to assist the cost overruns for the Tampico Motel conversion, which is a 32-unit permanent supportive rental housing development located at 151 South Sempella Way, formerly 120 South State College Boulevard.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, can we please have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from Director Stepter, please.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to present this item. Tonight with me is the Housing Authority team, comprised of Eric Shavira, our project manager, Kevin Clausen, Andy Nogal, all who have worked tirelessly on this particular project. Before you tonight is a 2-part request, one under the auspices of the City Council, which is a resolution authorizing the issuance of bonds in support of the development of the Tampico Motel located at State College and Lincoln Avenue. And the second part authorizes the Housing Authority to then, once agreed upon by the city, to actually issue the bonds. And the bonds is a necessary part of the financing package that is necessary in order to complete the full renovation of the Tampico project. As indicated on the slide, first is the city's permission to issue the bonds, and secondly, upon that concurrence, then the Anaheim Housing Authority is asking for to be able to proceed with that bond issuance with the city's authorization. As background, here is the proposed project timeline for the Tampico Motel. The Housing Authority first acquired the site in April 2023. We then issued an RFP selecting a developer, which is Jamboree Housing Corporation. We then proceeded on to attempt to complete our finance package, and we're successful in August with our August application in securing a tax credit allocation under the 4% tax credit program. This particular program allows for both tax credits and bond financing. The bond piece of it we use at the first part of the project development. It helps to fund the construction. The tax credit comes on the backside, which is what helps us to pay the bonds and other financing down. So these things work in complement. In addition to the the assistance that we got from the state. There is also a little over $6 million in a housing authority contribution, and we also have some money from Cal Optima. The purchase of the site itself was made possible from a $5.5 million earmark from the state from Tom Umberg's office. We did declare the site surplus because it is a housing authority site, and it did have to go out competitively. And as we were awarded the tax credits in December 2024, and now we are ready to proceed, hopefully with your authorization, onward to begin the construction of the full remodel of the site. Just for perspective, here's an aerial of where the site is located. It is about just a little over half an acre. When completed, it will include 31 units of restricted affordable rent for transitional age youth. Generally, the definition of transitional age youth is 18 to 24. Generally speaking, in these developments, we tend to see closer to the age of 20, 21 to 24, 25. As these are, we're calling them one bedrooms, but in essence, they are studios. It's about 250 square feet of living space each in the units. And the site is undergoing renovation, where we are taking out a couple of units to ensure that there is a common space and there is space for supportive services. To the next one. The TEFRA hearing, which is the tax equity and is required under the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act. It just ensures that there is public input into the process. And the purpose of this hearing is really to approve both the bond financing for the private equity in the project, and to assist in securing the bond financing needed for this. As background, the amount of bond financing that would be issued under this proposal is a not to exceed $13.1 million. What's next once we secure the bond and the tax credits for this is the execution of an affordable housing agreement and related documents. It is the construction in approximate to start in mid-June. Construction is slated to take approximately 18 months, and our anticipated completion date for the site is September 2026. Here's a conceptual view. As we hope you will note, we are really seeking to transform the site. It is on its bones, it is a prior hotel, so we do our best to work within the envelope that we're provided, but you'll see that we are trying to include landscaping, color, architectural design to really make this motel feel more like an apartment for community living. This is the backside, which currently is one large stark wall. Adding these architectural elements starts to give a little bit more presence of the site and a more beautified look for the residents that will be facing the building. This is also will become the primary entrance. Currently, the primary entrance to the motel is off of pretty much State College, and so it will be, the entrance will be oriented more residential because it is converting to a residential use. And with that, we are open for questions from the council.
Thank you. Are there any questions by the council at this time? I will now open the public hearing. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers for this hearing?
Mayor Pro Tem, we do have two this evening. The first speaker, Mr. Paul Hayek, and the time limit per speaker is 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Hayek?
Good afternoon. I have a proposal for this location. One, this developer, when he builds it, keep it as a walk-in, walk-out. You've got two good OCTA buses. You got the 57 Bristol State College, and you got the 42 and the 42A that come this way more often. And number two, why not tell this developer we'll find out which guys are the homeless that have the trades to help build this location. I mean, they would take pride in their work. Why not hire the homeless to help build these shelters and run them? Why not? They come from various backgrounds: construction, management, family, child support, children's services, you name it, they're out there. We just have to tell them, give them a place. One like the Kettle could be their location where they could stay while they're working, and they could make plenty of money. And let's make sure when we bring in the union guys, we don't bring in any illegals with no English and no papers. They're in the union.
Our next speaker, they can please step forward.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Melinda Neekum. I live in District 3. I'm a member of Tenants United Anaheim. I would like to share with you my experience with an eviction in Anaheim last year from Romney Mobile Estates, where I had lived for 25 years with no problems due to a medical and jobless emergency. I and my family were behind on our space rent for 1 month. We received a 3-day pay or quit notice. We did not have the money at that time. 8 days later, we gave the management the entire amount. They refused it and proceeded with the eviction. The court ultimately sided with the park owners. Senate Bill 436, Keeping Californians Housed, could have prevented our eviction. Senate Bill 436 prevents displacement and homelessness of tenants during the eviction process if they are able to pay the back rent. Currently, renters can be evicted after 3 days' notice, even if able to pay the back rent before the court
Ms.
process
Neekum,
is completed.
This is
Yes?
a public hearing on this particular project, or are you commenting on
I
this?
was inadvertently put on this.
Okay, so this
Yeah.
more of a public,
Yes.
general public comment.
Okay, this is general. So anyway, I am simply urging everyone to please support Senate Bill 436. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next speaker, R. Joshua Collins.
Thank you. Just first wanted to encourage everyone to give life to Jesus Christ, who died on the cross for us to save us from our sins, from hell, to give us everlasting life and hope and a future in heaven. To save us from hell, he shed his blood for us. And Jesus, of course, had a great compassion for those in need, for the homeless. Jesus himself was homeless. If you look in the book of Luke, shows that he had nowhere to lay his head. So in 2013, I remember I first started speaking for the homeless here. No shelters were there. After a lot of battles, obviously, the shelters were created over time. And it was noted 2 years it's taken to get this thing financed, it sounds like, and kind of get it moving. It's unfortunate because this problem's been here for so long. And I just hope that the city would move quickly to get this going. I think it's needed, and a lot more projects like this are needed, not just this one. So I just want to encourage the council, of course, to move forward with this, and as well as other projects that they could hopefully get going that are just like this. It would be great. Of course, we still need more walk-in shelters, or a walk-in shelter, I should say, that we could take people to that are out there. It's horrible to be on the streets. You know, you leave for 5 minutes or 10 minutes and all your stuff's taken by the police, your blankets, whatever. And again, we have veterans out there, vulnerable women, disabled people, mentally ill people. There's a guy out there I know that he has one leg. You know, mothers, fathers, people, of course, in addiction issues. And of course, you can't help everybody. Some people, they want to stay in their addiction or whatever, not necessarily much you can do there, but there's people that do want to get into sober living, that do want to get into shelter and, of course, housing. And I hope we can do a lot more to help those types of people. I know the city's lost some lawsuits because of how they've treated those in need, and what a waste of money that the city has to pay all this money because they haven't treated people right. And what are we doing to make sure that we do treat people right moving forward and don't allow the same mistakes to happen again? And like I had shared earlier, there's a gentleman that had, by the grace of God, was able to get him here homeless. We do an outreach every Saturday, and he was there, and I encouraged him to come to speak because it seemed like that's the only way people get help. He called CityNet, there's no beds available, no beds available. That's what you keep hearing. But come here, and it seemed like things were happening. But anyways, he wanted to come to speak today, but he couldn't make it because he said the police were there, taking property or harassing them, whatever it was, and they weren't able to come. So they had to be there to watch their things. So, this type of thing it's an awful cycle. And more needs to be done to break the cycle. If I don't know how the police, they wouldn't actually talk to him, and maybe somehow you guys can create some kind of computer program where the police could identify, okay, this person is working with the city, right, with Sandra Lazo.
Mr. Collins, can we talk about this project, which you started with, and I appreciate, and it's a great project, but...
Yeah, so back to the project. I would love to see that project go forward. Thanks for letting me share.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mark Herbert.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. This seems like a good project, but let's talk about the funding. Once it's built, where is the funding going to be for those living there? I sat through the proposed budget, midpoint budget review in March, and it was a pretty grim picture going forward. Unlike last year's midpoint budget review, this year, they're going to be $6 million in debt, and that's with the help of the COVID deficit bond. That will be exhausted at the end of this budget year. Going forward, there will be no more deficit bond money to cover future problems. So they're projecting out there will be a deficit of $40 million in each of the following 2 fiscal years. Now let's contrast that with what the proposed budget was that they presented last year. Last year,
Are you going to tie this into this project?
I'm trying to discuss about funding for the people who are going to live there, and since the city's going to be losing money from outside sources to state and federal, I'm curious how they're going to manage it going forward without having their own source of funding. I would prefer not to be interrupted and be able to complete my thoughts. Are you through?
Yes, it's a public hearing on this project, so if you can tie your comments to it, I
Can
appreciate it.
I have some time
That's
back?
it.
Funding is a complicated issue. I haven't got to Section 8. I haven't got the numbers. All I've got is the numbers dwindling on my clock. And that's not public engagement.
And Mayor Pro Tem, just to note, I did stop the clock.
I noticed that you did stop the clock. You did not lose any time.
Okay, I'll proceed. At the midpoint budget review last year, $16 million was allocated for housing and homelessness in the fiscal years 24-25 and 25-26. In their projections for the final 3 years of the 5-year projection, that category was down to $250,000 in each of the last 3 years of the 5-year budget. So we're looking at making that money up. We're looking at the about 245 Section 8 unit funding that's going to be withdrawn next year. I'm just curious where this money's coming from to cover the tenants here. The reason I bring this up is the city's going to need to look for funding for housing within the city limits. They've relied traditionally on state and federal funding, and those two sources are shrinking for a variety of reasons. Again, this ties into the housing element and its funding, and I suggest it's time we start thinking about having city funding for housing that may call for an entertainment tax of some sort. It seems like this is the time to be discussing that since the housing element's still open and we're facing problems finding funding for good projects that we've managed to break ground on. I don't want to jump the gun on the housing element, but we should be talking in this presentation where the funding's going to be for the residents going forward. How much are the rents going to be? Is it coming from state funding? Is it coming from federal funding? How long are those funds available? This project's going to be around 40 years or so. We don't seem to talk about funding when we have projects here. And it's difficult to discuss funding without having public engagement because obviously I'm not an expert on this and I would like to engage with some of the experts on the panel, but that's not the format. So it's difficult. All I can bring is a little bit of my time and experience, but I really am curious what the experts feel about funding, what you feel about funding, and have a dialogue. Because through the dialogue, we'll get at a better solution. Not having a dialogue, we see where that has led. So the key in this particular hearing is public engagement. We're not having it, it's not set up for that. Going forward in a positive manner, as we address this problem in the future, there should be formats designed so there's some public engagement, a back and forth, a give and take. This, as the record of our funding in the city shows, we haven't had much public engagement of where it's come from, where it is, and where it's going to come from. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor Pro Tem, that concludes our in-person speakers. Noting for the record, we did receive one electronic comment on the public hearing, and that was distributed as well as posted on the city's website.
Thank you. I'd like to close the public hearing now. Are there any comments by the council? We have Councilmember Maz.
Thank you. This topic was brought up at a recent community meeting that I had with residents, and we had a great exchange and dialogue about this. For clarification purposes, since bonds are being issued, please clarify for our residents, is it correct that there is no risk of default to the city or housing authority, and there are no impacts to our city's budget?
That is correct. As part of the financing, the bond is issued during the construction phase, and then the tax credits, which is part of also the funding complement that comes from the state, comes once it's built and helps to pay for the, proportionately for those bonds. In addition, we can, if you would like, we can put up a slide that just shows all of our financing. We have already committed $6.6 million in gap financing that we had within our housing accounts, and that also is committed upfront. Long-term, we've also committed a project-based voucher contract, which helps to bring in rent higher than just the rents that the residents themselves can pay for. So all of that is evaluated to make sure that there's a reserve, that we're properly paying for services, property management, and that this will continue to be a stable property long-term. And so all of that is embedded into the financing with escalators planned it so that so we protect against defaults and anything coming back to the housing authority. This is all being built under the legal authority of the housing authority, so that in and of itself protects the city because it is the house. But even with all of that being said, we do carefully plan for the financing of this, and that is why we do RFPs. And the developer that is selected for this is a long-term experienced developer, not only in the construction, but in the long-term financing and property management of properties like this.
Thank you. I know residents in the area are very grateful for the change that this will bring. So that's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you. And you've basically answered my question. I just kind of want to put it another way. So we're going to issue, the Housing Authority is going to issue the bond, and so you can start construction. And the tax credits will then be paid to the Housing Authority that will compensate or help pay the bond down.
Yes, the tax equity, so it's the bonds is, you sell those, you're able to get the construction money. Otherwise, the builder, the developer would have to go to a private bank to get a pre-construction loan, which has a higher interest rate. So issuance of the bonds actually helps with the financing plan on the costliest part of this, which is the construction phase. Once the construction is completed and we go now to permanent financing, we access the tax equity to start to pay down some of the bonds, in addition to the rent that's coming in from the tenant. So a combination of all of those financing sources helps to pay down the bond that was issued. So it's intended to be upfront money and then long-term revenue sources to pay all that down so that it is self-sustaining.
Great. I only ask the questions for clarification. I'm very supportive of the project. It is going to help a tremendous need for that age group, kids coming out of foster care. And you mentioned it's going to be for very low income, all 31 units?
Yes, that is correct. I did not mention, and maybe I'll take a moment just to say we do have a very strong partner in Orangewood Foundation. This is their expertise, and I think previously it was mentioned that one of the attractions to the site is that it is on two key high transit bus lines, so it makes it particularly attractive for young kids who may be who can access our local schools, our job centers in the resort, and what have you, who will not have transportation most likely.
So the idea is these kids, because they're up until the time they're 18, they're taken care of the foster youth program. They turn 18. And now they're an adult. They have no place to go. They'll be able to move here, and you will have wraparound services there to help them get a job so they can pay those rents, start making a living, move themselves, hopefully, out of the project before they age out of that project. Is that the idea?
That's correct, and that is why we were particularly excited to have Orangewood be the supportive service partner, because this is really their niche, and they've been around for decades doing this particular kind of work, helping kids exiting out of foster youth to become self-sufficient, to find educational opportunities, to engage in workforce development. These are small units. They're 200, so the goal here is really give you a leg up. They're small, so if you start to grow and hopefully grow your family, it's not a place where you can start to build, have children and what have you. It's really intended to be a hand up because of the size, and the supportive services are there to make sure to help try to transition folks into that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba?
Well, I just want to commend you for this project. I know it's been in the works for quite some time, and Councilmember Fessel was a big champion of it, as were many of the residents who were in the area, because this is a very blighted, troublesome motel that our police officers were called to several times just to respond to crimes that were occurring on the property. So to see the transformation that's coming is, I think, a needed thing that's right there on the corner of Lincoln and State College. So I'm happy to see this moving forward. A couple questions just related to the Anaheim connection for the residents. So I know Orangewood is one of the partners, but if there happens to be somebody who is an Anaheim resident, or let me go back. Does there have to be an Anaheim connection for the individual to be able to reside in this unit at this new property?
That is correct. For all of our affordable housing products, and even all of our programs, really, we do give an Anaheim preference, and that means live or work. So either you're currently residing, have a connection, you can come from, you may be enrolled in one of our Anaheim schools, or you work in our city.
So they don't necessarily have to be aging out of foster care. They could just be Anaheim youth who are not
They will be aging out of foster care, but they will also have a connection. We do currently host Covenant House in Anaheim, and so we happen to know that there's quite a number of Anaheim-connected transitional age youth in that particular environment, and they have a waiting list. So we have reached out to ensure, even before planning this, that a need was there, and we do anticipate that there is a need for this, and with an Anaheim connection. We also engage quite frequently with, in particular, the Anaheim Union High School District, so we know that we have kids that are aging out that are connected to our city.
And who's going to be overseeing that, just to ensure that that is actually the case?
So there are vouchers allocated to this site, and so one of the vetting spots is you do come to the Housing Authority before you're issued that assistance, and the staff at the Housing Authority does collect, in addition to income requirements, they do collect that verification of a connection to Anaheim.
And then the individuals who will be residing in this, in the property, they actually have to pay rent, right? So they do have skin in the game. So I know somebody was asking about funding and ongoing covering of just the budget portion of this, but individuals would be responsible for monthly rent.
That is correct. We do ask residents in all of our affordable housing to contribute towards rent. Now, if somebody starts with no job, then during that payment, the Section 8 voucher will cover that. But that is the intention of the supportive services, is really to get folks into education, into job training, and at that point, then 30% of what they're earning is what is their rent contribution.
And I know many critics say that we don't do enough for our unhoused population, or people who are unable to afford market rate rent. But can you describe some other projects similar to this one that have also been developed in the city of Anaheim to help with transitional housing and lower income projects? Because I know that you guys have been very busy doing a lot of work in our city to help people who live here.
So I will share that between our project-based developments and our regular restricted affordable housing, we have now over 5,000 units of this nature. Specifically of this type, we don't have to go too far from the Tampico Motel. We have El Verano, which is up on Lincoln, and that is specifically for homeless seniors, low income. Many exited from our shelter directly into El Verano. It's beautiful brown, brand new construction. Right next door to that is Rockwood, also a very beautiful development right next to an elementary school, and that is for families experiencing homelessness with children connected to our Anaheim schools. On the west side, we have our first motel conversion, which was Buena Esperanza, permanent supportive housing, and we are currently completing the complete rehabilitation of what we are now calling Azure. It's about 85 units right off of Harbor and the 91. It is a home key project. So that's just one. I mean, we could take up more time, but in the interest of time, those are the few that I think at least hopefully kind of shows some measure of what we're doing.
No, thank you. I appreciate the work that you're doing within your department to really support the vulnerable populations that we have in Anaheim, and I look forward to seeing more projects in our city. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, and I think this is a great project too. It is a project that helps a vulnerable population with a road to independence and adulthood, and so that's a priority for me, and I appreciate that. So no more discussion. We'll take action as the City Council and the Housing Authority separately. The first action is a resolution by the City Council. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
And we'll vote on that.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim pursuant to Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, approving the issuance of bonds by the Anaheim Housing Authority for the Tampico Motel conversion. And the vote is 6 ayes, no nays, and the recorded absence by Mayor Aiken. Motion carries.
Thank you. And the second and final action is a resolution by the Anaheim Housing Authority. Do we have a motion on that?
I'll make a motion. I'll second.
A motion and a second. Can we vote?
A resolution, the governing board of the Anaheim Housing Authority authorizing the execution, delivery of its multi-family housing revenue note in one or more series in a cumulative and aggregate principal amount not to exceed $13,105,723 for the purpose of financing the acquisition and rehabilitation of the Tampico Motel conversion multi-family rental housing project, approving and authorizing the execution, delivery of any and all documents necessary to execute and deliver the note substantially in the form approved hereby, complete the transaction, implement this resolution, ratifying and approving any action heretofore taken in connection with the note. And the vote is 6 ayes, no nays. The recorded absence by Mayor Aiken. Motion carries.
Thank you. So without objection, we will adjourn the Housing Authority and address the City Council agenda. We have consent calendar items 3 through 17. Are there any members of the council who wish to remove an item for further discussion? Councilmember Rubalcaba?
I'd like to pull 12, 13, and 14.
Okay. And Councilmember Kurtz?
I'm sorry.
Oh, nope, you're
I
good.
was going to pull 13.
All right, so we have 12, 13, and 14 for further discussion. Is there a motion on the balance?
I'll move.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I apologize. Can I please announce an abstention for number 17 and a recusal out of abundance of caution because my house is within the regulatory distance of one of the power poles on item number 7, please. Thank you.
So abstinence on 7 and 17?
Recusal on 17, abstention on 7, or excuse me, recusal on number 7, abstention on number 17.
Okay, thank you. We'll note that and vote on the consent calendar.
The consent calendar also included the adoption of ordinance number 6605, in ordinance of the City Council of City of Anaheim, amending section .030 of chapter 1.05 of Title 1 of the Anaheim Municipal Code. Councilmember Rubalcaba? And the vote is 6 ayes, no nays, with the recorded absence by Mayor Aiken. Also noting for the record, the abstention on item number 17 and recusal on item number 7 by Councilmember Bayless.
All right, thank you. So item number 12, Councilmember Rubalcaba, do you want a full staff report?
Yes, please.
Mr. City Manager?
I'd ask for staff report from Chief Armendariz, please.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. Rick Armendariz. Also with me is Kristen Vega, our Police Services Administrator. Before you is a recommendation approval for the First Amendment to amend a current contract, which is between the City of Anaheim and Lion Security Services Incorporated, to increase the initial annual not-to-exceed amount from $475,000 to $650,000, and a total contract not-to-exceed amount from $2 million to $3 million for the collection, storage, and release of abandoned property and property removal from public spaces for safekeeping. Authorizing myself, the Chief of Police, or my designee to execute the First Amendment and increase the Anaheim Police Department's fiscal year 24-25 general fund expenditures budget by $175,000. In response to the city's Restoring Public Spaces initiative, a coordinated effort amongst several departments within the city to address quality of life concerns and proactively support homelessness response efforts. The city requested that Lions provide additional hours of service beyond what was anticipated when the contract was originally approved. This included adding support 7 days a week from 8 to 5 p.m. Additionally, Lions adjusted their hours and stayed late to assist APD HALO officers during evening operations. Lions has also expanded coverage for nighttime calls for service from our patrol officers. during city park cleanups operations, which typically occurred on the weekends. The nighttime expansion of services provided a dedicated overnight guard from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. to support property pickups in city parks. The increased services align with the scope of work outlined in the RFP and the contract. However, the increased contract expenditures went beyond what was originally projected prior to the city starting the cleanup initiative of restoring public spaces. As a result, the police department anticipates exceeding the not-to-exceed amount for the initial term of the contract for this year by approximately $75,000. Additionally, the Community Services Department has also utilized Lion Services under this contract and is expected to exceed the amount by $100,000. With the initial contract terms for the total combined not-to-exceed amount of $650,000 for the initial contract term from July 19, 2024 to June 18, 2025. This contract amendment will increase the contract not-to-exceed amount for the initial term year one of the contract. The original contract not to exceed was $475,000, but with the additional increases that we have sustained, we expect that it be $650,000 and increase a total contract not to exceed from $2 million to $3 million to accommodate and sustain the current enhanced services and address future needs as we continue our ongoing citywide efforts on restoring public spaces. The police department is requesting an increase for fiscal year 24-25 general fund expense budget by $175,000 to cover the additional costs of the revised initial amount of the not to exceed amount. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Some questions.
Yeah, thanks, Chief. I appreciate the staff report. So I looked at the original contract, and I guess I'm a little confused. It does have all of the, what you just described, the 7 to 5 p.m. and all of that. But I didn't, with your amendment, there was no indication of how many items have actually been picked up, or what. How often this has been utilized. Because my thing is, if you guys just negotiated this agreement less than 6 months ago, and we're already asking for an additional $175,000, I think it's a little hard for me to believe that they, perhaps it should have just been a simple adjustment of hours within the contract, that they've actually exceeded what we've approved. And I am an advocate for our HALO team, and this is something that has been a major priority for me, but I'm also fiscally responsible for the budget that we're approving. So I think I just need more information to really justify the increase that you're requesting.
Yeah, and just to summarize, when the initial contract was approved by this council, this was before the citywide initiative that took place. Once that citywide initiative took place of restoring public spaces, that's when we began the process of collaborating with parks, with public works, with utilities, and with the police department as well. We increased our HALO team and increased really our efforts in addressing behavior, making sure that we were restoring public spaces, and we increased the services that the Lions services provide to include now assisting not only our HALO teams and Parks and Recs and our park rangers, but also our patrol officers. As an example, as I mentioned, our patrol officers were engaged in focusing on behavior and quality of life issues, and therefore the Lions contract was a huge benefit because it allowed officers to focus on the individuals, the offenders, and letting Lions have to worry about processing the abandoned property and or property that needed to be stored. So the officers no longer had to focus on that and focus on individuals. And it really streamlined our efforts in our efforts of restoring public spaces. So we did see a huge increase in the use of the Lions contract, more so than what we initially anticipated when we first approved it. And I can give you some examples of some stats to date. From June 9th.
Just to stop you for a minute. So you said that this was executed after. Jim, when did we initiate the citywide? Because this was June 2024. I feel like we initiated that earlier in the year.
I believe it was September, but we can double check.
Fall, okay. And then, yeah, so I'm interested in the stats because it looks like, I mean, we should have some comprehensive data that they've been pulling, and I'm interested in finding out what the difference is between the time period of June to when we executed. So I'd like to see that comparison. So June to September versus September to now.
Yeah, so in June and July, June, we averaged 44 items collected compared to September, which was 151. October was 247. November was 224. December was 170, and it kind of just kept increasing. So there was a significant increase between when we initially executed the contract from this. And just to give some context to the history, we had an agreement in place with Lions a year prior, and then we did a competitive bid process to start a new contract for this. And that, like I said, we were basing it off of prior trends from our initial pilot program and kind of the year prior.
Perfect. And then just so members of the public also understand what is all entailed in this, and we're not just taking people's property without first offering services, which is, can you just describe what the process is?
Definitely. So this is an opportunity for individuals that are unhoused that their behavior rises to the level of where we do have to do enforcement. And when we do that, obviously we're very cognizant of items that the individuals have. Lions will come out and basically store that property in their facilities and will provide those individuals with contact information, a phone number and an address of where to pick up that property. Per regulations, they are required to store the property for 90 days. So that property is safely kept for 90 days, and those individuals that wish to receive that property can do so. So it allows for that security and that safety of that property while they go through the process of changing their behavior.
Perfect. And then can you also describe some of the other deliverables? I'm looking at the original contract, Exhibit A, and it just talks about some of the other services that they provide. I think that's a useful thing just to highlight. I'm always reluctant to just approve changes in contracts that we've approved that are very recent. So if you could just also describe like the trucks and all of the chain of custody support that they're providing.
Yeah, so part of the contract includes them providing their own trucks so that the PD or the city isn't required to provide those vehicles to transport the property back and forth from the locations they're picking up to the warehouse where it's stored. And then as far as chain of custody, yeah, they have to have a process that's in compliance with our chain of custody for property to ensure that everything is handled in accordance with those rules and regulations.
Perfect. So humanely, people will be able to access their property and that complements ordinances that were recently passed by this council, which makes it, which ordinance prohibits individuals from leaving their items behind in public spaces.
It really collaborates with, as you mentioned, the recent ordinances that were passed and our efforts, along with the services that are provided with CCRT and so it's really a collaboration of everything all together. So it's the prevention side, the intervention side, obviously the enforcement side, but the restorative side as well. So it's all brings everything together and helps complement the city's efforts.
And I know they've been part of some big cleanups at La Palma Park and other areas across the city.
They have, and as I mentioned earlier, doing things at night, working with our patrol officers. It's not just our HALO officers when we were doing the full court press, for lack of a better term, on really focusing on restoring public spaces, allowing our patrol officers to be efficient by just focusing on individuals, the offenders, and then calling Lions to take care of all the property and properly storing that and maintaining that for the individuals. So when they are ready to pick up their property, it's readily available for them and it's secured.
Can we also get a memo to council just to show the times that they're picking? I'd love to see how many items are actually picked up or how often they respond after 5 p.m., since that's part of this request for additional funds. And then just to, because I have to ask this question for the sake of the good of the cause, do we anticipate you coming back asking for more money? Or did they provide us with a more comprehensive proposal this time?
So we took kind of the average of what we've been doing over the last several months and accounted for potential increases in services during the summertime, spring and summer. And then factored in, the contract actually includes a optional CPI increase, so that's factored in. So this should sustain the services, and it gives us a little bit of space so that if we need to during those summer months or whatever, increase services, it's accounted for.
Perfect, because I think maintaining is probably the best way for us to manage our budget as well. Being diligent and not sort of, once it's cleaned up, we're pretending like it's not, there's not a quality of life issue that we still need to address in the city. So I think consistency and diligence is probably the best way to manage the budget. But thank you guys for the overview.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I support this too. I know it's a lot of money, but it is one of the things that I've heard from numerous residents that they notice, and that is restoring our public spaces and making them usable and feel safe and open them up for families and general use. So I appreciate that, and I think it's money that we just need to spend. So do we have a motion on this? Oh, sure. Councilmember Lane.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Just quick clarification. I think my colleague may have asked this. So this increase of 175,000 gets us to just through the end of the fiscal year, gets us through, like, what's the time period that it gets us through?
Yeah, so that covers through the end of the initial term. So the initial term of the contract was June 19th of 2024 through June 18th of 2025. So that will get us to cover the initial term, and then should we execute the renewal option, that increase of the overall NTE to 3 million covers that impact for future years.
Got it. Okay, but that would be after the June date that you just mentioned.
Correct.
Thank you. I'll second my colleague's motion.
Oh, thank you. I'll make a motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
The vote is 6 ayes, no nays, with the recorded absence by Mayor Aiken. Motion carries.
Okay, Councilmember Rubalcaba, you also pulled 13, and I'm going to guess you want a full staff report.
I do, thank you.
All right, thank you. I know several of us are interested.
Ask for a staff report from Director Morton, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. Joining me tonight is Steve Mattis, our outside counsel from the Redwood Public Law Firm. I would also like to thank Leonie Mulvihill, our Assistant City Attorney, who helped with this project as well. She couldn't be here tonight. For your consideration is an amended and restated agreement in substantial form with Visit Anaheim, authorizing Visit Anaheim to provide the services necessary to promote Anaheim as a premier tourist and trade show convention destination, with additional oversight by the city, with compensation paid to Visit Anaheim set at an amount of 75% of the 2% of the Anaheim Tourism Improvement District ATID assessments collected monthly by the city for a 3-year term, which will automatically renew unless the agreement is terminated. By way of background, in December of 1997, the city and Visit Anaheim entered into an agreement that authorized Visit Anaheim to provide services to promote the growth and enhancement of the community, promote and encourage visitors and tourists to come to Anaheim, and to promote the holding of conventions, conferences, and trade shows in Anaheim. At that time, City Council also authorized payment of a portion of the city's TOT, or transit occupancy taxes, to Visit Anaheim for these services. City Council subsequently approved a total of 7 amendments to this 1997 Visit Anaheim agreement. In 2010, with the formation of the ATID, the ATID, the city and Visit Anaheim entered into an agreement which ultimately increased Visit Anaheim's annual funding by providing 75% of a 2% assessment to the city's marketing contracting entity, which is Visit Anaheim, which in turn further enhanced Visit Anaheim's marketing and sales efforts to attract visitors, tourists, and conventions to Anaheim. Fast forward to 2023, the city underwent a State of California audit, which brought about several recommendations to ensure better oversight of the ATID funds. This amended and restated agreement We'll continue to authorize Visit Anaheim to provide services related to the marketing of Anaheim as a tourist and convention destination with enhanced oversight by the city. And the amended and restated agreement also includes changes to address the following state of California audit recommendations. First one, key performance indicators to allow the city to better gauge how effectively Visit Anaheim is using ATID funds. These benchmarks include, at a minimum, hotel occupancy rates, convention center bookings, the number of presentations, and the number of presentations made to convention center executives. 2, requires that Visit Anaheim separately track all expenditures related to the contract and prohibits Visit Anaheim from commingling ATID funds with other revenue sources. 3rd, requires Visit Anaheim to annually report to the city the amount of any unspent ATID funds and Tourism District Assessment Fund reserve balances. 4, prohibits Visit Anaheim from transferring ATID funds to another entity without the city's prior written approval and full compliance with the subcontracting provisions of this agreement. And finally, number 5, requires Visit Anaheim to develop a plan for oversight of any subcontractor and provide documentation of this oversight annually to the city. The changes made in response to each of the 5 state audit recommendations are specifically referenced in the comments column in the track changes agreement that was included with the agenda packet. The initial term of this agreement will be for 3 years. Thereafter, the agreement shall automatically extend for an additional 1-year term unless the agreement is terminated. Additionally, the city can terminate the agreement without cause by providing a 180-day written notice. With this consideration, there is no net impact on the general fund as ATID marketing funds are derived from a 2% assessment on room rent charged at hotels within the Anaheim Resort and Platinum Triangle areas of the city. Thank you for your consideration, and we are available for any questions you may have.
Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you. Thanks, Tom, for the staff report. So, as you know, I'm concerned about the way that Visit Anaheim has been managing their ATID dollars. And we also have TOT revenue, which has been down for quite some time. So I do have some questions about the changes, so you might want to open up the redlined version of the agreement and start on page 3. Line 3 and 4. So one of the things that you guys have, first of all, I'm going to ask one question. Who participated in this process besides our audit department?
The process for the amended and restated agreement?
Yes.
Myself, our outside counsel, Assistant City Attorney Mulvihill, as well as Visit Anaheim and their legal counsel.
Okay. So Mike Waterman, who from Visit Anaheim participated in the process?
The Visit Anaheim team had their CEO, Mike Waterman, and their outside counsel as well.
Okay, because there's like 28 people who work for Visit Anaheim, so Mike Waterman.
Yeah, the CEO.
Okay. So line 3 on page 3, so it talks about, this is basic, so the growth and enhancement of the community to promote and encourage, and before it said visitors to come to Anaheim, but now we're limiting it to leisure, domestic, and international. So that is a little bit of a concern for me because I feel like we are not broadly enough marketing our city. And why would we exclude business travel or other convention related? Why are we making that more limiting language in the agreement?
I don't know, the intent is not to limit, it's to just update the language. So leisure, domestic, and international certainly covers a lot, as well as if you continue to reading, it has the promote the holding of conventions as well.
Yeah, but I also think the way it was before, just encourage visitors to come to City of Anaheim is broad. And the reason why I bring up this concern is because our current CEO for Visit Anaheim, or Visit Anaheim's current CEO, because they are not part of the City of Anaheim, has, one of the things he's promoted is leisure travel among our more affluent population. That's not the only segment of the population. So I'm concerned that this language is not beneficial. And now it's kind of limiting who we should be going after when it really should be a broad business sector, youth sports? Why don't we have volleyball here? Why don't we have wrestling? There's a lot of opportunities I think we as a city are missing in filling the beds in our hotels, because our bread and butter is TOT revenue, which is down. So I would recommend removing that language because I just don't think it's helpful. It's almost like a change just for the sake of change. So I would ask to not include that. And then line 19, I have a question about the social media ad. What are social media contacts?
Councilmember, thank you for the question. We have members from Visit Anaheim here. I can ask for somebody to come up and speak exactly what social media contacts there is referencing. But it was really an update. The social media that we had in the existing agreement or the current agreement spoke to entities that were no longer around. So it looks like Christina.
Yes.
I know there was a portion in there about the marketing where you take out Facebook, Twitter, and it's just limited to social media. But I guess my question is, what is the contacts portion of social media?
It is all of those social media channels. The reason why we took out that context is because inadvertently some of them have gone away. MySpace was.
No, I'm talking about page 3.
Yeah.
So page 3 talks about contact convention, blah, blah, blah. Participation in industry events, personal meetings, telephone discussions, social media contacts. What's the contacts portion of that? Correspondence, email, communication, and all other means which demonstrate a good sales effort and providing annual documentation to the city. That's the area I'm talking about.
Social media contacts would be influencers.
Okay.
Influencers that represent all of those channels. Oh, sorry, influencers.
So maybe we should just change that to influencers to make it clear on what we're talking about, because those are usually paid influencers, right?
Correct,
Or
correct.
you can get earned media. I don't know if that's something that you guys are looking at.
Yes, absolutely. That's who we work with.
And then page 4, we talk about housing. I think that we should, my recommendation is not to confuse people. We're not housing people, we're lodging them. So I would recommend changing any reference to housing in this Visit Anaheim contract or agreement to lodging, room accommodations, or something to that manner, but not housing, because housing is a very sensitive topic in our city. And as you know, the resort district has issues that we're trying to address in general, so I would prefer that we don't mix up the language in this. So that would be a recommendation all throughout the agreement, because it's in here multiple times.
And Councilmember, just to add to that, and Visit Anaheim can weigh in, but that is a very industry-specific term, housing authorities, housing groups.
Bureaus.
So it's kind of an industry-related term.
But do housing authorities help put beds and heads for visitors bureaus? I don't think so.
So groups will contract with a housing provider to help with their hotel room blocks. It's just kind of an industry nuance.
I would say, I know, but I don't know if it's an industry. I would prefer to add lodging. I mean, we have our Hotel Lodging Association, which is who you would go to, right, to help support. They're not called housing.
We actually, we used to have a housing department, and now it's done through third-party companies. But it is an industry terminology that's prevalent throughout all the destination marketing organizations.
Yeah, I mean, we're at Anaheim, so we could do things a little bit differently. We don't have to do everything the way it used to be.
Sure.
So I would recommend modifying it to lodging or accommodations.
Yeah, we're tracking all of the recommendations.
Changes.
And then, did you, Councilmember Leon, I think you were gonna say something. So on page 4, line 21, 24, there's multiple areas where we call it housing authorities. And I'm just recommending that we change it to lodging or room accommodations. I mean, we do have a hotel lodging association here in Anaheim, and I'm assuming that's their role. So it might be better to align with what the industry term in our city is, since this contract is limited to Visit Anaheim.
And Council, different entity, but noted on the housing.
Thank you. And then page 5, there's line 3 and 4. It talks about a staffing concierge. Can you please describe exactly what that is and what we've been doing up to this point?
I'll take it. So when we have conventions in-house in the convention center. Visit Anaheim will provide a person, a concierge, to staff a desk to provide information about the city to guests that are coming from all, out of town, all over the country, all over the world. And that's just that term concierge is kind of an updated term for that person or persons.
So does that provide additional potential funding to Visit Anaheim to support that concierge position? And who was doing that before?
Visit Anaheim has always been providing that. It's a service to the assessed properties because they provide information on how to get back to your hotel, where to go possibly for lunch, dinner, or breakfast. It's just the term used now is a concierge.
Okay, so before it was maintained it was scheduled labor pool, personnel, and required, but now we're just gonna call it a concierge.
Just updated terminology, correct, thank you.
Okay, so no change in what the cost would be to Visit Anaheim?
Councilor, that's correct.
Okay. And then item 21 on that same page. So it currently says maintain adequate communication with convention center. Booking or unworkable overlaps will not occur when the tentative reservations become definite. We're removing this shall also apply for hotel and motel facilities to be used. So how come we're removing the hotel and motel facilities to be used? Because this is being funded by our hotels and motels in Anaheim through the ATID. So why would we remove that specification?
So Councilmember, this was referencing booking of the convention center, where again, this is legacy language that's being updated, where a long time ago, there was a need for hotels to be booked in conjunction with the convention center simply for room space, meeting space, and that is no longer the case.
So it's only limited to meeting space? Because I mean, I don't think that it's still not the case. I think our ATID partners who are funding Visit Anaheim would probably still want to be involved in the process.
But Councilmember, but Visit Anaheim has the rights to book space at the convention center. They do not have rights to book space at any hotel.
But but did they have that right before?
They did not, but they used it because of a lack of space at the convention center.
So I would say we should probably keep that language. If it doesn't hurt to keep the language in there, they should still be reaching out to our partners through lodging if it's not. I mean, I at least think that did you consult with any of the ATID partners that would benefit from this?
So this is a contract between us and Visit Anaheim. So it was specific to conversations between us and Visit Anaheim. And again, they continue to reach out to the hotels who may need room blocks, excess space beyond. However, they don't have the rights to book. That's a hotel-specific agreement.
No, I understand that. I think my concern is we're hearing from a lot of the smaller hotels that they're not really being included in the process, and maybe we're not booking conventions that are large enough to actually overflow into all of the hotels in our city. Thus, the reason why we are not probably meeting our TOT goals, or where our budget our general fund has been impacted. So that is a concern. And I don't know if I'll have my colleagues' support, but I probably would ask not to either continue this item until we've had an opportunity to share it with the ATID partners, because in my opinion, this is not the city's money. As the audit that Assemblymember Valencia did conduct in the city, it is deemed that this is public funds that are taxpayer dollars that flow in through our ATID partners. So that is going to be one of the motions I'll be requesting tonight. So just as we're going through this, keep that in mind. I do think that we need to engage the 90 hotels who are actually paying Visit Anaheim. So that's something that I would prefer we at least, or it doesn't even have to be all of them, but a good portion of them who have been participating in the process. Let's see. All right, I think that is probably enough for now, but I probably will have more. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to somebody else.
Okay, Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you. I'm going to take a different direction here. We use the term ATID rather loosely, but I want to remind everyone that the A is for Anaheim. It's the Anaheim TID. And one of the agreements is or the state's recommendations, and it's noted that you're going to keep monies separate. And so may I safely assume that the money that Garden Grove puts into the TID is going to be separate?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and I know you have contracts or agreements with other areas, South Coast Plaza, some hotels, even outside of Anaheim and Garden Grove, although it's not, I guess they're not TIDs, they're agreements.
Correct.
And so you, I'm going to say sell their properties also. One thing I want to make sure of is when we get the results, as the audit has asked us to do, and it's included in the agreement, the annual reports, how are you going to separate the number of touches, whether it be social media or clicks on a website or whatever it is, separate from Anaheim and Anaheim TID and the rest of it?
If you're referencing something like shopping at South Coast Plaza, keep in mind that the efforts that we do are to tell the visitors to stay here in Anaheim, and then it's extending the length of stay by telling them all the things they want to see and do. International travelers want to go, outlets at Orange, South Coast Plaza, Fashion Island. It gives the visitor another reason to extend that trip. The same thing with the beaches. Clearly, we don't have beaches here in Anaheim, but the idea is that we extend the length of stay, and typically a domestic traveler stays, I want to believe it's about 3 days. Internationally, it's been even close to 6 or 7 days, if not more. And it's because of those entities that we partner with. But their representation is paid separately. If they participate in anything, they pay additional fees to us for those efforts.
I understand that, and certainly we want to make sure our visitors have an array of places they can visit and enjoy. But I want to make sure that when you are reporting ATID expenditures and ATID lodging and conventions and all that, we're keeping the rest of the money separate so that if you're getting money from Garden Grove TID, that connection is not joined in with Anaheim at all.
No, the fund accounting has corrected that. So as of January 1st of 2025, we are implementing the fund accounting system that separates the Anaheim TID as well as the Garden Grove TID, as well as the private funding, which would come from partners such as South Coast Plaza.
Okay.
All of that is separate. If there are initiatives that impact the convention side of the business or sales missions, then and it would impact the destination together, both Anaheim and Garden Grove, there is a percentage that is paid by each of the corresponding TIDs that is commensurate with their contributions to the overall funding.
And Councilmember, that was a recommendation of the state audit, which is why we're amending and restating. And if I could just back up for a second, Christine, if you could just introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm Chief Operating Officer. I've been with Visit Anaheim for 25 years.
Christina Dawson.
Yes, Christine Dawson.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding. When we get a report next year on what you've done this year with ATID money, will there then be a way for us to take a look at you? You would say this is a joint venture. Garden Grove paid this much money into it. Anaheim paid this much money into it. And this is the result of that expenditure and how Anaheim is impacted separately from Garden Grove?
Well, the detailed report does not have that line by line, but I will tell you that we did that with the city auditors. We went through every single line to ensure that the money, the funding is allocated appropriately based on those same percentages to the Anaheim TID and the Garden Grove TID, and again, to private funding where it applies only to private.
And I think someplace in the audit, there's an agreement that we would get the data, how many rooms were booked, how many conventions were booked, and all of that. So I just want to follow Anaheim money that our hotels are paying into. We're going to be able to track that all the way through, purely Anaheim money and what they're getting for the money they pay.
I mean, we could take that percentage and apply it to every booking, every, all the economic impact, but the majority of it is coming as a result of the Anaheim TID because it is, I want to say it's more than 83% of the funding.
Councilmember, just to add, in the forthcoming annual report, you'll see some of what you're referring to in terms of the breakdown of Anaheim-specific key performance indicators as well as fund balances associated with, and then as the fund accounting, job cost accounting, will further lay out where those funding and the revenues and the expenses go.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rubalcaba, do you have more? Okay.
Just a question about the KPIs that are listed on page 7. I'm a little reluctant to have economic impact be a KPI measurement tool in this because performance for me is huge. And I think there's easier ways or more clear ways for us to measure that. And honestly, it's really like how many people are booking rooms, how many conventions have we booked, what are the number of people, which I see you put in here. But can you describe how you would measure economic impact?
It's a calculation that comes from our parent organization, Destinations International, which is a global organization for all the destination marketing organizations for around the world. It is not our calculation, it's theirs. And there is an economic calculator that is used based on convention delegates and dates, however long they stay. And that's how it's derived.
And who feeds that information to this group?
We get that directly from Destinations International.
So that's my concern is that I come from association industry, so I totally get how it works. So I'm a little concerned that measurement is not really going to be representative of the success. I think we'll be able to see the success of the marketing through the TOT revenue and whether or not our hotels are succeeding and our businesses in the local area. So I'd love to get more clear indications and not something so general. I would remove that altogether because that's not really a KPI that I think is conducive to measuring this particular agreement, success of this agreement. So that's just a recommendation, but I would like to see it I would like to see it removed.
And Councilmember, just to add, that is just one piece of a lot of different KPIs that are in there. And economic impact, as you've alluded to, is a very large number, hard to get your arms around, which is why we have room nights, things that are much more germane and specific. We included those as well.
Right. That's why, the economic impact coming from a third-party source that really doesn't have access to our information I just feel like it's a little bit misleading when you're giving a presentation to the council at some point to show the success of Visit Anaheim. So that is where I'm coming from, if that makes sense.
I will say that the figures, the room nights, the number of conventions booked, all of that is documented. We actually conduct a sales audit as well as our annual CPA audit. So every number, every booking is audited by our CPA every year to ensure that the numbers are accurate. And then it's those numbers where the calculation is applied. So it's, for there to be a fabrication or some type of falsification of those numbers is not
Yeah, I think it's nice to include in a presentation. I don't think it's necessary to include in a contractual agreement to show the progress being made. That's just my personal opinion from experience in marketing. It is a nice thing to put into a sales presentation or to, just justify the work that's being done.
And then the other and last thing I promise is the community engagement portion as a measurement tool. So the last time you guys were here, you talked about your workforce development initiative, and I think I recall mentioning that workforce development is a chamber initiative or economic development or workforce development, but not necessarily our travel bureau. And I really don't know if it's necessary for us to be allocating funds through there. So the community engagement portion should not really be in the KPIs. Can you describe exactly what that entails?
The community engagement is actually just strictly volunteer hours for 501c3s, specifically within Anaheim, where our team is asked each member to volunteer a minimum of 7.5 hours every year to one of those organizations. It's pure volunteer efforts.
Yeah.
The workforce development is separate. That is to develop a workforce to sustain these industry jobs specifically within the resort district.
But that's not a Visit Anaheim initiative. You're a marketing arm of the city. So that's something that I would not include community engagement in the KPIs for our marketing. I mean, if that's something that Visit Anaheim wants to do just solely as a community give back, but I don't think it should be included in our contract. So that would be something I would remove because it's not really measuring success. It's great that we are getting 501c3s to support a 501c4, but I just don't think that it's necessary to include in this portion of the contract. So that's all I have for now. And with that, if there's no more questions, I would just like to make a motion to counter. Okay. Or
Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Christina, for being here. And I know you followed up with some additional information from last time, which I appreciate. I just want to take a step back to clarify, Tom, and I think maybe this one is for you. Are we looking at this contract right here, right now, because it was due for renewal, or are we looking at it because we needed to update it to include recommendations from the state audit?
Councilmember, great question. It's the latter. It's renewed annually currently, but this is an amendment restated brought forward because of the state audit recommendations.
Okay, and all of those recommendations are included in this, correct?
Correct. There were 5, and they're all included.
And so the red lines that we're seeing, this was, I guess, I'll ask the question, whose call was it to make all these red lines?
Yeah, it was mine. Typically, we don't do this because it can be confusing, but we did it because we wanted to show the changes that were made pursuant to the state audit.
Okay, but there are changes in here that aren't necessarily related to the state audit, correct?
I'm sorry, I missed your question. Yes, that's correct. There was some updating since we were going to go in and add the state audit recommendations. There was some updating that could be done. A lot of terminology that was old, need to be updated, things like that, correct?
Got it. Mr. City Attorney, can I ask you, de minimis changes, what's the definition of that?
Non-substantive changes, ones that don't change the basic meaning of the contract.
I'm sorry, I did not hear you.
I'm sorry. Is that better?
Your microphone's not working too good.
Try
it again.
Non-substantive changes? Can you hear me?
Non-substantive
changes. Non-substantive changes that don't change the basic meaning of the contract.
Oh, we have a speaker here. Sorry. Non-substantive changes to the contract.
Correct.
Okay. I go through this contract and there just seems to be a lot of red lines. And so for me, just in the spirit of transparency, given kind of where we've been, I understand the thought process of, well, since we're already going to be updating it, I do think having clarified a little bit more that we're going to be making other changes. So I think just based on some of the questions that my colleague asked, I'm not sure if some of them are necessarily de minimis changes. Maybe legally they are, but from an outsider, from a public perspective, I'm just looking at this, it just seems to be a lot of different changes from where we were. The next question I had, Tom, the 3-year term, is there a reason for it being 3 years?
if I may, the initial contract was for 3 years as well, and it has an automatic renewal provision in it unless either the Visit Anaheim or the city chooses to terminate it before that automatic renewal takes place. There's also a termination for convenience provision in the agreement. So the 3 years that's reflected in here is really reflective of what the agreement, the way the agreement was structured in the 2010 version as well, too.
But prior to this, we'd been doing annual renewals.
The contract would renew automatically unless you affirmatively terminated the contract.
Got it. I do have let me continue my questions. Before this came to us, Tom, was this shared with anybody else, these changes, and was feedback solicited from anybody else?
It was shared between the negotiating parties.
Okay. So to my colleague's question of sharing it with other hoteliers or other folks that are involved in the resort district, they haven't seen this because they weren't part of the negotiation between the city and Visit Anaheim.
Similar to the 2010 agreement, no, it was not.
Okay. Are we driven to any, or are we driven by any deadlines to approve this?
The state audit had recommended that we have done this a few months ago, so we're actually a little late in bringing these updates forward.
And if we hadn't done all the additional red lines, would this have been brought forward a few months ago to meet the state auditor's deadline?
Councilmember, I can't say that would be the case. I mean, there was certainly discussions back and forth that took time, but I couldn't say that would have been a few months ago or as it is today.
Got it. I don't know what motion my colleague is going to be making. I obviously want to make sure that we're meeting the state auditor's deadlines, and the fact that all the state auditor recommendations are on here is important. I don't think, just given where we've been, and maybe at one point we'll get there, but just given where we've been, I'm not sure if I'm supportive of a 3-year renewal plus automatic renewals. I think there needs to be some additional checks and balances in terms of looking at it, maybe if it's a year-by-year agreement or timeline to see what has been done and what metrics, as was brought up before, have been met so that we can renew the contract. I just don't think, I'm sorry, Christine,
No,
let you
that's fine.
stand up there and I haven't asked you any questions. But me personally, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with that rate at this moment, just given where we've been, and making sure that we are, again, these are public dollars. We want to make sure that they're being spent correctly and legally, but also effectively. And so that's kind of where I'm at. So I don't know if my colleagues have any other thoughts or questions.
Okay, I have a couple of comments. I do think that we should keep the language broad on what we're doing, not just tourism and convention business. I think youth sports tournaments, Savannah Bananas, those all are kind of broad, bring people to Anaheim initiatives that everything should be on the table as our goal is to get people into hotel rooms. So yeah, maybe some tweaking of that language to make sure it continues to be very broad and not limit our options. And then, yeah, you talked about the social media, and I'm not even sure if I'm good with using influencers because that term will change in the next, year when that's not cool anymore. But yeah, whether it's communications, social media communications or whatever, maybe finding a term that is a little bit broad. I do think the important KPIs are going to be our TOT. That's the goal, and then use of our convention space and the conventions that we bring in, the size of the conventions, how much space are we using there, which will translate hopefully into increased TOT. So what is the termination options, is just to build off of Councilmember Leon's question.
So Mayor Pro Tem, there's termination for cause with the ability to cure. That's typically, I think, a 30-day. And there's a termination without cause, which is 180 days. So going back to Councilmember Leon's comment, it's really a 6-month contract because at any time the city could terminate without cause 180 days notice.
Which we would be hard pressed to terminate in any shorter period of time and find someone else to take over this role that's vital to our city. So I think I'm comfortable with the termination options. All right, those are my questions or comments regarding it, but I think Councilmember Maz had
Thank you. I know KPIs have been mentioned several times tonight. What are the metrics, if you can just repeat again, or reporting requirements required by the city to report the KPIs?
So I have it pulled up here, I'll kind of read through. The KPIs would include economic impact of conventions, conferences, and trade shows, marketing impressions, partnership revenue, and the number of booked conventions and trade shows held at the Anaheim and in the Convention Center. Community engagement, which was spoke of previously, which were volunteer hours. And in addition, Visit Anaheim will also provide Anaheim room nights booked, event attendance, hotel occupancy rates for hotels within the ATID boundaries, number of presentations made to meeting planner clients, which is the goal of selling to bring them here. So there are quite a few new ones that were added. The language in the current agreement, which again goes back to 2010, was probably overly vague, as was pointed out by the state audit, when in the intent here is to add more specific key performance indicators that are more measurable.
Thank you.
And if I just add to that, the last 5 that Tom indicated were the 5 that were specifically recommended by the state auditor.
Thank you. And how does the city measure the marketing results?
In this version, be by the KPIs. Currently, there isn't a true measurement factor within the current lease. It's fairly broad. To where now with the ATID, the annual report would include these key performance indicators.
Thank you.
Okay, and Councilmember Bayless?
Thank you. I just wanted to just quickly add, I can support more broader language, but I think the overall the overall idea is, hey, let's bring in everybody we possibly can. I mean, in the end, we're talking about a marketing contract and we want it to be marketed to everybody, and I think Visit Anaheim probably understands that. So if the language needs to be broader, I can certainly support that for sure. As far as what I'd like to see in here is the idea, that we're following the state's report. We're putting in there the recommendations for the transparency that's in there. I think that's incredibly important. And then, as far as industry terminology, that's one I really never thought of until you brought it up. So either way, I don't know if it makes too much of a difference, but I would support lodging or housing. Seems to me if housing is the industry terminology, then maybe it kind of keeps it the same inside the industry, or apples to apples rather than, apples to oranges or talking to residents. But and then also I noticed that the KPIs, I have a tendency to agree that it is in the end TOT. And I know that sometimes with TOT, you've got other factors that aren't necessarily in this contract that apply, but I think what's in here is good. I just want to say that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba?
I would just like to make a motion to continue this item till you come back with a cleaner version based on the feedback that you received from this dais tonight. If I can get a second.
Just for clarification, so all those were comments made by the council member. To the extent that you're directing staff to come back with those changes, that would be requiring a motion. So
Yeah, with those changes. And then also, I think one of the things I mentioned too was engaging some of our smaller hotels to also review the agreement, since it is ATID dollars that are in question. And I just want to make a comment. So I know that you mentioned that this is something that came back because of the audit. I would prefer next time you come back and just bring those changes, because this is a convoluted redlined version of this agreement. I mean, you even redlined compensation, and that's not something that was in the audit. Everything's redlined. I mean, I appreciate the redlined versions for the parts that are supposed to be part of the audit, but I mean, this whole thing is, there are things removed from here that I didn't even bring up but are concerning to me. So I think that in the future, please bring back the portion specific to the audit and then come back again with all of this other stuff, because it's, with the history that Visit Anaheim has, at least in my opinion, I think we need to be more transparent with what we're fixing. To Councilmember Leon's point, like even subcontractors is completely redlined. And subcontractors is a big deal because you guys were giving money to the Anaheim Chamber of Commerce, but now it excludes subcontractors, and you basically can give money to whoever you want based on the language in here now. It doesn't look like the language in here now says Visit Anaheim shall request the secure from the city manager's office consent to enter into any contract with any subcontractor for services from any subcontractor retained to provide any of Visit. I mean, so do you get my point? Like, I think in the future, please, if the intended purpose is for us to approve this to meet the expectations of the audit, then only bring that portion and then come back with an updated version with all of this other information that we can then review and opine on.
But part of that, I mean, the subcontracting was part of the recommendations.
But it's
of
not
the state
noted in
audit.
here as, it's not actually noted in here as part of the audit until the very bottom for just one part where it says an annual, so this, to the city on an annual basis.
But
everything
the
else-
state audit wanted them to get city approval before they did it, so they removed any authority that they had under their contract to do any pass-through agreements.
They
without
did,
city
but
approval. So
it's still, it's very similar language. So if you review it, it's not, and I'll defer to council, do you?
The subcontracting language is in there specifically because of the state audit, and it is intended to establish the process for approval of the subcontracts, as well as in Exhibit B, the requirements that attached for subcontractors that are used by Visit Anaheim. So there's a considerable amount of additional detail in terms of oversight of the subcontractors that's present in this version as distinguished from the 2010 version.
Yeah, and I see that, but there are also additional language in there that's probably not really necessary. So my point is, in the future, if you could just address the stuff that was supposed to be in the audit, and then we can modify all of the other bells and whistles that you wanted to include. Because we could have probably done this a lot simpler if it was just based on the audit stuff. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So I do, but Councilmember, I would ask a question then. The changes that are in the agreement, the additional changes that are beyond the audit, those are items such as updating the indemnification and insurance to meet the city's standard requirements right now. So the audit didn't recommend that, but the city's contracts do include that, in particular for new contracts. And so if the council would like staff to bring this back, would you want us then to identify very specifically, these changes are the audit changes, these changes are changes for additional reasons? It could be consistency with your contracting process.
And the you notice that none of us asked questions about the indemnification or the insurance requirements because we see the value of that language being included. But the limiting language to who we're marketing to or the KPIs, that was not necessary to include in this version. As you heard the consensus on the dais of the things that were in agreement, that's my point. I have a law degree. I understand the benefits of having indemnification language in there and the insurance language, especially in this insurance market. But that's not really, none of us asked questions about that. It was all of the other stuff. Thank you.
So your motion is to bring this back with changes to make it broader as far as what they're marketing to.
Right, or just to remove the language they added, which was leisure, and that's pretty limiting because that's, before it was broad. Maybe just don't even include that language.
Just for clarification, at least I took pretty detailed notes on what you were recommending. As long as the council understands that and agrees that those are the changes I can make, if you want to just move to continue it with those changes being part of the agreement that's presented to you next, I think that's sufficient. If you'd like any clarity on what those changes are, I'd happy to go through those with you.
I'm sorry, I need clarity. What are the changes?
I can
That's
go,
what I was trying to
I can go through those, and then Councilmember Rubalcaba can correct me if I'm wrong,
Perfect.
but I think it'd be perfect if we could just go through those.
Go for it, Rob.
Yeah. So on page 3 of the red line version, deleting on lines 3 through 4, leisure, domestic, and international. On page 3 again, on 19 to 20, changing social media contacts to social media influencers.
Or just social media now.
Social media communications.
On page 4 and other pages, I suppose, changing housing to lodging. On page 5, reinserting on lines 21 through 22, the term "this shall apply for hotel and motel facilities to be used." And then removing on page 7, little Roman numeral 1 performance indicator, as well as little Roman numeral 5 community engagement. And I think that's it. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's, that. And then also, yes, for the changes. And then anything else that anybody recommended.
Okay, so in the key performance indicators, we're still leaving in TOT and convention center bookings and space use, those types of things, correct?
Sorry, that was Roman numeral 1 and 3 on
1 and 5.
1 and 5, thank you.
So those ones stay.
So my motion is to bring it back with those change. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Excuse me, I still have the lodging one. Can you help me, A, find it, and 2, I thought somebody else had said it should stay in because that's the terminology used in the industry. So are we changing it or?
Yeah, my recommendation is, I mean, it's limited to Anaheim, so we call it room accommodations or lodging. It's not really housing. We don't use a housing authority to book rooms, even if they're a third party. So I still would recommend we modify that language so that's clear. We're not finding permanent supportive housing for people who are visiting Anaheim.
No.
No, it's a term that's in the current agreement that was just carried over. But what I'm hearing is a potential desire to change housing to lodging.
Or accommodations, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Is that okay? I mean, does that throw anybody in? Okay, we're all good with that. All right.
So with those changes, I'd like to make a motion and then also have a committee of ATID contributors also review it.
They will have the, I mean, it's.
I mean, now it's a public record.
Document.
Right, so with
just,
those changes, yeah.
You know, notifying them and giving them the opportunity to review it would be great over the next week or so.
Yes. So I would like to continue until we get a version back with those changes.
Okay, so continuing to a date uncertain based on staff's ability to make those changes and engage with the hoteliers.
Yes, and then when you come back with your staff report, if you could just clarify like which change, I know you did in here, but what the changes were based on, you know, just updating the audit stuff, but we could talk about that later.
Okay, any more comments?
No, that's all.
I have one.
Okay.
So I think I can get there, except for maybe the removal of number 5 for the key performance audit standards, because I'm not sure I got this right, but what you're saying is we would remove, let me go back here.
So we would remove community.
So we're not talking about so this is available Anaheim tourist data, and then I guess this goes into 6, such city matters as the city and Anaheim deem appropriate.
No, it's page 7, so
It's-
line
it's the-
19.
It's the prior sentence where item, Roman numeral 5 is removed.
It's
So-
community engagement measured in volunteer hours. That's not really a KPI that would help us generate revenue through Visit Anaheim. So that's why I recommended taking it out. Like, we all agreed that TOT is the best indicator, which TOT is down, which I will mention for the last time tonight.
Which were the recommendations by the state as key indicators?
The state indications, the state recommendations for KPIs are reflected in the second sentence of the section 7. And those are specifically Anaheim room nights booked, event attendance, hotel occupancy rates for hotels within the ATID boundaries, the number of presentations made to the meeting planners / clients for the city fiscal and prior calendar year, and available Anaheim tourist data. Those are the recommended KPIs from the state audit.
And just to add, the other ones are in the current agreement that's in effect today. So it was additive.
You were adding the 5.
Okay, so we have a motion. Oh, wait, Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Just a point of clarification, I may very well second the motion to continue, not because we don't want to incorporate the state audit changes, which I think we do. I don't think I've heard anybody be opposed to that. So the continuance isn't because of concern of the state audit. It's more of the additional information and clarification of the additional changes that were made in addition to the state audit recommendations, which at least for me, I'm supportive of. The question I had for my colleague, for the maker of the motion, was in terms of that 3-year term, if we can bring back something for consideration when we continue it, if it's, I'm going to throw out a 1-year term, or so that we're not automatically renewing the agreement. I think it's important that this is something that gets discussed at council to be able to provide additional information to our residents. And so I want to ask you.
I will accept that as an amended portion of my motion.
I will second her motion.
I have a question, please. In the future, we're going to get a detailed audit report with all this information, the key indicators, everything else that's going on.
An annual report, that's correct.
That will include all of the details. So would we, I guess, what follows what? We get the audit, we don't like it, we can terminate. Is that what you're thinking?
I think it's a combination. I think if we're getting the audit information while at the same time looking at the KPIs and whether or not we should renew the contract or not, I think having additional conversations around it isn't necessarily a negative.
No, I don't think it's a negative. I just, what follows what?
I would have a real concern with a 1-year contract because, one, they're booking things several years in advance, but what do you do? I mean, you're going to have 1 year under this contract. When do you start advertising for a new contract? You've got at least 6 months to do that if you're going to replace this entity because it is a critical operation of the city, and you would have nobody.
But does this agreement ever have to go out for bid? Because we didn't go out for bid for this renewal. You know what I mean? So I don't think that
We would be either, I mean, do you wait until day 31 to give it another year?
No, I
can't do that.
No, and I think that to the council member's point, it's you guys inserted the 3 years, right? Based on, I think what you say is the audit recommendation. I can't recall that being a requirement.
The 3 years was the same initial term as the 2010 agreement, and then it automatically renews, but also has the termination for cause and termination without cause provisions. So the council will get the annual report every year, and if the council were to find issues during the annual report that were not satisfactory to the council would have the option then to invoke either, in the worst case scenario, termination with cause, or alternatively, a termination without cause. And as a number of the council members have indicated, finding a replacement contractor for this type of contract also may take more time than a usual one because of the unique services that Visit Anaheim or that any contracting entity providing this service will do for you.
That's a point of clarification. The original contract from 97, what was the term for that one?
It was a 30-year contract. It was to expire in 2040.
And then it came back in 2010?
So in 2010, Councilor, thank you for the question. In 2010, when the ATID took effect, we had to update that agreement, which is this is the one that we're working on. That was a 3-year with an auto renewal every year. So that language did not change in this amended and restated agreement. That was just left alone. That's where the 3 years comes from.
Got it. Okay. I'm looking at it from a transparency and accountability perspective. And I get it. It takes time to book conventions. And I think part of the conversation that we're having up here is we want to make sure that conventions are being booked, that people are coming to the city of Anaheim. And this is coming from a place of, given where we've been just a few years ago and moving forward, how we can ensure that we're using every tool at our disposal, number one, to make sure that Visit Anaheim is fulfilling their contract, but number two, that we're also doing everything we can to ensure that public dollars are being used correctly and effectively. And so I'm still having some pause on the 3-year term. I'm not sure if my colleagues
I mean, I
have any-
appreciate that, and I think that we can be transparent, we can be critical, we can look at this every year and take whatever actions are necessary at that time, whether that's different operation or requesting changes or terminating the contract in 6 months. But I am very reluctant to sign an agreement or to enter into an agreement that will terminate in 1 year and leave us without this service and potentially have a blank period of time in the future where there's no conventions because nobody was booking that time period.
But may I ask, that's also assuming that we're just not gonna get there, we're not gonna renew, or we're not gonna do another contract,
But
right?
at what point do you want to redo that contract? Or do you want to give them assurance that their contract is extended? It's 6 months from now? Because you would need to.
So just, I was just talking to council about this. The term of the agreement, again, I think that's legacy language, is for 3 years. There's also a termination clause that says without cause, either party can terminate with 6 months' notice. There's no limiting clause to that termination without clause. So even if you have a 3-year contract, I don't believe anyone's interpreting to mean that you're locked in for 3 years, right? You can still exercise that 180-day notice if the city or the other side, Visit Anaheim, decides to do that.
Okay, can you say that one more time, Rob? I'm sorry.
So as we read it right here, and if Visit Anaheim doesn't read it this way, now's the time to raise the issue. But the way we read it is, even though there's an initial 3-year term, nothing prevents either side from terminating without cause with 6 months' notice. So, you could even be within that 3-year period, and if you decide you want to switch vendors or terminate the contract for without cause, you may do that with 6 months' notice.
Got it. Okay. For the sake of moving things forward, your original motion, if you could restate it.
So my original motion is with the changes that Rob mentioned. I would like to continue this item until those changes are applied and brought back to council with a more detailed staff report.
I'll second it since it's coming back.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Council members, I'm sorry, can you please recast your votes? The vote is 5 ayes, 1 nay by Councilmember Bayless, and the recorded absence by Mayor Aiken. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to item 18. Item 18 is a progress report on the city's strategic plan.
Mayor Pro Tem, my apologies. We did also pull item number 14.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I promise this will be fast.
Number 14. All right, we'll go back to number 14. And let's get the right people up here.
So I do not need a full staff report for this. I mainly was just going to mention that I am not going to be supporting this item, not because I don't believe that we should be incentivizing hiring here in Anaheim, but I do believe that we should be better compensating our dispatchers as opposed to incentivizing others to come work in Anaheim when the people who are currently working here don't feel that they're properly compensated. So I am concerned. I know that you're all aware of the concerns that I have around dispatch. I have been probably one of the biggest critics on the quality of experience for our residents when they do call 911 or even the non-emergency number. But I also acknowledge the fact that our dispatchers are overworked and they don't feel that they're supported, and they're also not compensated similarly to other agencies that are in our region. And I'm going to compare it to Irvine, which I know that we've lost several, or probably in the process of potentially losing several of them to the city of Irvine. And I am an advocate for increasing the pay for our dispatchers. So for that reason, I will be voting no on this item, because I do not believe that we should be incentivizing outside talent to come to Anaheim when we're not compensating our current talent to be here. So.
Okay, does anybody else have any comments on that one? Do we have a motion? I will move the item.
I'll second.
The vote is 5 ayes, 1 nay by Councilmember Rubalcaba, and the recorded absence by Mayor Aiken. Motion carries.
Now we will move to item 18. And item 18 is a progress report on the city's strategic plan. And Mr. City Manager, could we please have a staff report?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Just a point of order or question. I wonder if it might make sense if we can perhaps continue this item for the mayor to be present, since it is a pretty big discussion and item. I don't know what my colleagues feel like.
I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I did ask her, and she didn't seem too engaged, or too, but she was sick, so she probably,
Sorry, Ted.
well-positioned, she probably would have been way more ready to talk about it.
Can I make a motion to continue this so that the mayor has an opportunity to chime in?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a,
Are you continuing to the next meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
all right. Thank you for being ready.
We haven't voted yet. Hold on.
They're still ready.
The motion to continue with 6 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Okay, we have item number 19 on our agenda is a District 5 appointment to the Housing and Community Development Commission. Councilmember Moss, do you have an appointment?
Yes, thank you. I would like to appoint Philippa Pelusa. Philippa Penaloza.
All right, please vote.
The vote is 6 ayes, no nays. Record absence by Mayor Aiken. The appointment moves forward.
Thank you. Item 20 is to establish the Girls in Government event as a city-led initiative as requested by Councilmember Rubalcaba. Councilmember Rubalcaba, do you have any comments or questions?
No, I would just love if Community Services could give a comprehensive staff report. And I will just comment, so I know that many of you know that this was a council priority for me the night that I was sworn in. And after, I think it was 18 months or almost 2 years, our Community Services Department executed this initiative, and it was a great success. We had speakers from within all of our city departments, not only elected, but also actual city employees who were there to be able to provide insight into some of the girls who attended. So if you could just share some of that and then the recommendation that you have.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council. With me this evening, I have our Community Services Manager, Anaheim Sporn, and our Human and Neighborhood Services Manager, Joe Perez. Before you tonight is a request brought forth by Councilmember Rubalcaba to establish a Girls in Government event as a city-led initiative after a successful event was held in 2024. The Girls in Government event provided junior and high school age girls with an engaging, hands-on opportunity to explore leadership, governance, and civic involvement. During last year's half-day event, over 60 participants attended panel discussions with women in government, had the opportunity to network, and participated in skill-building workshops. The event was organized and funded by Councilmember Rubalcaba's office with support by Community Services. This concludes my report, and we can answer any questions at this time.
Okay, Councilmember Rubalcaba, do you have any additional comments on that?
So the only initial comments I have is that we, instead of this just being limited to District 3, I think it's beneficial for it now that we have not all, but a majority female council to go ahead and continue this initiative. It does focus primarily on young women in our city. And I think the one thing that I want to make sure we continue to include is that it's not just high school students, but it's also junior high students who were able to attend. They also receive professional development opportunity, financial planning, and career development. So it was really a comprehensive insight into, I think it's a little bit of workforce development, making sure that our girls that are in our neighborhoods are aware of the career opportunities that are also within the city of Anaheim. So it's kind of like a pipeline program for making sure that our youth see the benefits of working for city government.
And just to reiterate, a couple of those workshops included acing the interview, which was provided by Disneyland Resort Ambassadors, as well as financial fitness, which was also provided through the Orange County Credit Union. So they were provided with a well-rounded opportunities that day.
Yeah, and it was hosted on a Saturday, and we did have, I think, approximately 80 girls attend, and I think a little over 90 signed up, but we had, which is a good actual attendance rate.
Correct. And we see that in all of our programs with youth. We'll have a number that will sign up, and then on the day of, we have a natural no-show rate.
Yeah, so if I could get support from council colleagues, if there are no other questions, I'd like to make a motion to make this a citywide initiative.
Councilmember Kurtz.
I will second it in a moment. I have a question, and this is kind of a selfish one. Budget impact. You said the department will make adjustments to existing programs as necessary to accommodate this new event. I just ask you, please, keep funding the FMRCs, very important, and our senior programs. And if you can tell me that those won't be affected, I'll second.
Yeah, and so I'll just mention, so this year, because I knew it would have an impact on our budget, Johnny and team, we worked together to secure support. We did get sponsorships from our Anaheim Police Association, from the Southern SoCal Gas Company, local business owner Megan Shigo, Congressman Lou Correa also provided funding for it. I know I'm missing somebody, Shawnee. Who else did we have? We had the Orange County, the OC Vibe. Northgate participated in some way. So we did have a significant amount of
I
participation.
don't have the actual list, but I do know it was close to $10,000 in
Yes.
sponsorships, which covered the actual material costs of everything for that day,
Yeah.
from lunch to giveaways to all the expenses.
And my office is happy to continue to support that outreach effort. I know I will be working with our ethics officer to make sure that the behested payments whatever impact that might have on the behested payment side of things. So I will be fully in compliance with FEPC guidelines as we're working to make sure that we have funding for this important program.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. I also support the fundraising piece of this. Councilmember Bayless?
Yeah, I just want to say I'll be supporting this, and I just wanted to say whatever you're doing, obviously, is working. So, thank you.
And Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I'm also going to be supportive of this and just want to thank my colleague for leading this initiative and really providing an opportunity for girls across our community as the minority, part of the male minority of the council. Definitely proud to support this and this initiative. So thank you.
We could have a guys in government. No, I mean, we do, yeah, Youth in Government Day, which I think is great, and sometimes having just the girls in government lets them be a little freer with some of their questions and things. So you know how intimidating those guys can be.
Yeah, and I'll also highlight, so one of the intentional things that we did as a committee was not mimic what's already being done with youth in government. So we really wanted to build off of that and not duplicate efforts. So we did intentionally do that. The city of Tustin also does something similar, but we looked at what they did and then enhanced for Anaheim. So yeah, we were very thoughtful about making sure we're not duplicating some of the current things that are going on for a unique experience.
Okay, great. So we have a motion and a second. We vote.
The vote is 6 ayes, no nays. The record absence by Mayor Aiken. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Item 21 is a resolution supporting Assembly Bill 63 as requested by Councilmember Bayless. Councilmember Bayless, do you have any comments or questions on this item?
Just a quick comment, really. You know, today I'm proud to bring forward this resolution seeking the City Council's support to urge the State of California to adopt Assembly Bill number 63, a measure that addresses a very real and complex challenge our city is facing in the wake of implementation of Senate Bill 357. You know, as you know, SB 357 replaced the law that allowed law enforcement officers to approach people who are loitering with the intent to engage in prostitution. The overarching goal of the legislation was to protect the people from unjust targeting. And while I respect and share the sentiment that innocent people should not be subjected to unjust and unreasonable targeting, the implementation of SB 357 has had a significant unintended consequences that are simply just not acceptable here in Anaheim, and I'll add throughout the state. You know, since its implementation, we've seen noticeable increases in prostitution. In addition, you know, we've lost the ability to help the victims of human trafficking who are trapped in a world of fear and abuse. Before SB 357, officers could make contact, intervene early, and in many cases identify victims of human trafficking who needed support. So now those interactions are a little bit few and definitely far more difficult to initiate. And I think what happens, Assembly Bill 63 helps us move forward more responsibly. It helps restore a tool that'll allow law enforcement to act, not to punish vulnerable individuals, but to protect them. It provides a pathway for earlier intervention, for offering services, and for getting help to those who are being coerced or exploited. It also provides law enforcement with the ability to effectively abate prostitution, to remove it for our community and remove the corresponding crime that gets associated with it. You know, the provisions of the Assembly Bill 63, I think, are common sense solutions that address some of the issues that SB 357 unintentionally created, and that's why I'm proud to support this resolution, because I think our residents deserve better, and I'm hoping that the City Council will support it as well. So thank you.
And that's a motion?
That is my motion.
All right, do we have any other comments or a second? And I'm happy to second that. I'm very supportive of this and believe that it helps, actually helps protect women and helps us identify and help them that are being trafficked.
Thank you.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim in support of Assembly Bill 63, loitering with the intent to commit prostitution. And the vote is 6 ayes, no nays. The recorded absence by Mayor Aiken. Motion carries.
All right, thank you. Item 22 is an ordinance imposing host liability to address the illegal possession, sale, and discharge of fireworks as requested by me. And this is, something that is a problem throughout our city and throughout so many cities around here is the illegal fireworks. And they're a danger to, so many people that are setting them off, that are in the area. They're a danger to starting fires, even wildfires. And so I think this is just broadens our ability to enforce our illegal fireworks. This does not impact our legal, safe and sane fireworks in those areas of the city where that is legal. So I'll have a short staff report from our fire department.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council. I have Fire Marshal Lindsay Young with me this evening, and she'll present the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. At the March 25th council meeting, Mayor Pro Tem Natalie Meeks requested that staff return with a host liability ordinance addressing the illegal possession, sale, and discharge of fireworks for council consideration. Before you tonight is a proposed ordinance amending Chapter 6.40 titled Fireworks of the Anaheim Municipal Code. The proposed ordinance and full staff report are available on the city website, but in short, this ordinance would aid in enforcement efforts by allowing the city to hold hosts liable if fireworks are illegally possessed, sold, or discharged on the premises for which the host is responsible. The proposed ordinance will also apply to hosts who aid or abet in the illegal possession, sale, or discharge of fireworks on adjacent public rights-of-way. This accountability measure is intended to encourage greater responsibility among those hosting or overseeing events and gatherings and to deter illegal firework activity throughout the city. The proposed ordinance will ensure hosts are subject to all the provisions and penalties already set forth in Chapter 6.40 of the AMC, which include an administrative citation of $1,000 for the first offense, $2,000 for the second, and $3,000 for the third offense. The ordinance does include a liability exemption for hosts if they promptly seek assistance from the Anaheim Police Department to report a firework violation occurring on their property. If adopted, city staff will initiate a comprehensive public outreach campaign to inform residents, homeowners, renters, and neighborhood leaders of the new ordinance. Educational materials will be distributed throughout social media, the city's website, and shared in person at community events and neighborhood meetings in advance of the 4th of July holiday.
Thank you. Are there any comments, Councilmember Kurtz?
I will, of course, support this. It's one little step to help. The reality is, I know in my neighborhood, they light those fireworks in the middle of the street, and heaven only knows what house it's coming from. In our neighborhoods with apartments that line the street, they just do them in the middle of the street. We don't know who is hosting them. But having said that, it's one step closer to cleaning up the problem. So thank you for bringing it forward, and I will be supportive.
Thank you. Councilmember Maas?
I just wanted to also say thank you for bringing this forward. I'm already getting calls and emails about the 4th of July and fireworks concerns. It's no longer just the 4th of July. It seems to be the whole week leading up to it. My question, I just want to make sure I understood this correctly. Could somebody be cited just for the possession of illegal fireworks?
Yes, they could potentially be cited for possession.
So I think one of the challenges currently is that it's really hard to cite somebody unless you actually see them set it off. Is that correct? So this would address that.
That's correct. This would give us an additional ability to, if we see where they are, where the host is, where everybody retreats to, when they leave the product in the middle of the street, that gives us an additional avenue to pursue.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Rubalcaba?
So I support this, but any ordinance is only as good as its enforcement mechanism. So how are we partnering with our friends at Anaheim PD to ensure that this is actually going to be enforced?
Absolutely. In the city of Anaheim, we do things a little bit differently. We actually have a collaborative task force that goes out on the 4th of July. We actually start planning for that. Usually Memorial Day is my deadline. I need to make sure that we're all together and talking about what we're going to do to educate as we lead up to the 4th of July holiday. And then as well as on the 4th of July, we have, I mentioned the collaborative task force. So we have Anaheim PD, code enforcement, and arson investigators from fire, and we all team up and work together in a task force to actively make our presence known within the neighborhoods, educate as much as possible. In addition, we're also passing out educational flyers with every purchase at the Safe and Sane fireworks booths. So all of that will be part and parcel of those efforts to make sure that we're educating up front, and then also, as you mentioned, enforcing when we come down to the 4th of July holiday.
Do we use, I mean, I know it's probably not safe to use drones to track some of these households, but do we, because I know like just for street racing, for example, we just purchased a bunch of cameras, and you may not be able to answer this question, but we purchased a bunch of cameras to help take pictures of license plates. So is this something that could also be a technology like this to identify a household that is shooting off illegal fireworks, but maybe cite them later?
I hesitate to respond on behalf of my partners in PD, but I will say we are absolutely exploring all avenues to be able to provide a comprehensive enforcement effort for this.
Perfect, because I think the last time we had this conversation, because this is like an annual thing, right? And we definitely get a lot of angry residents who want us to ban legal or the safe and sane, but we all know that's not going to solve the illegal firework issue. So I think it would be helpful, maybe this is something we'll ask for, just to have the chief come back and talk about the enforcement side of this. I think the last time he was here, he mentioned we don't really have any citations for fireworks, so that's concerning. So we have ordinances that we really don't have any actual enforcement. So I'm going to support this, but I think we need to figure out a way to actually enforce it in a measurable way. So that's something that I would like to see outside of the box thinking for. I've actually received ideas from many of my residents in the colony, which I can share.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Bayless?
Yeah, thank you. Fire Chief, just a quick question. This pertains to illegal fireworks, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so just out of curiosity, because currently I believe you're not allowed to, even safe and sane aren't supposed to be lit on a city street. It's supposed to be done on private property. Is that also true?
That's correct.
So would this address if somebody, lit a Piccolo Pete, let's say, out on the street, or since that's considered legal firework, it doesn't address that?
This particular ordinance doesn't really address that. This is more for the dangerous, illegal fireworks that are shipped in.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'll move the item.
I'll second.
The vote is 6 ayes, no nays. The record absence by Mayor Aiken. The ordinance is introduced.
So item number 23 is a public hearing. Will the clerk please read?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Item number 23 is a city-initiated general plan amendments related to development application number 2021-0002. That's for the 2021 through 2029 housing element, and development application 2021-00223, the general plan focus update, the final program environmental impact report number 356, and the mitigation monitoring program number 394.
Thank you. And Mr. City Manager, can we please have a staff report?
Ask for staff report from Director Allen, please.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. So this is the public hearing for the 6th cycle housing element and the companion effort for the general plan update and program environmental impact report. These are the last remaining city actions necessary for housing element certification by the state. Happy to be at this point. The housing element is a state-required part of the general plan. It addresses Anaheim's housing needs over an 8-year period, 2021 to 2029. The last housing element update was adopted in 2014. The housing element update focuses on meeting the city's housing needs, identifying potential sites, and ensuring compliance with the Regional Housing Needs Assessment from the Southern California Association of Governments and the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD. The housing element is organized into 4 chapters and 3 appendices. It outlines the city's housing strategy, including an overview of its purpose, an analysis of demographics and special needs populations, and an assessment of housing constraints and resources. It also evaluates fair housing considerations, identifies potential housing sites, and details policies and programs to meet RHNA obligations and housing goals through 2029. The appendices provide key analysis and insights, including the city's progress in achieving the goals of the housing element, assessing the city's ability to meet housing obligations while preserving affordable housing, and detailing public engagement efforts, including the role of the Housing Element Update Committee in gathering community input. Chapter 4 of the Housing Element Update outlines the necessary actions to address current and future housing needs, ensure compliance with state law, and integrate community feedback. The primary focus is on expanding affordable housing opportunities for extremely low to moderate income households. The housing policy program for the 6th cycle housing element is structured around 5 key strategies to address the city's housing needs. Housing production focuses on creating diverse rental and for sale housing options, while conservation and preservation aim to maintain existing housing. Quality and design policies ensure well-designed, high-quality living spaces, and rehabilitation efforts focus on improving and restoring current housing. Lastly, affordable housing opportunities seek to expand housing for the lower-income households. Each strategy area incorporates several measures to achieve the city's housing policy objectives within the defined period. One of the new state-mandated strategies in the housing element update focuses on affirmatively furthering fair housing, or AFFH. AFFH focuses on equal access to housing for all, regardless of race, color, national origin, etc. The housing element update outlines specific actions to address potential barriers to AFFH through both mobility and place-based strategies. Mobility refers to the ability of individuals or families to move between housing options, influenced by affordability, economic opportunities, and access to services. Disparities in mobility, often shaped by socioeconomic and racial factors, limit access to high-opportunity neighborhoods. The housing element update aims to expand affordable housing, improve mobility, and address resource needs, particularly in racially concentrated areas of affluence. Mobility strategies focus on expanding affordable housing through information sharing, workshops, and zoning code streamlining. Efforts include promoting ADU development, implementing a homelessness action plan to reduce homelessness, and supporting the creation of 100 special needs housing units through funding assistance, such as your actions on Tampico this evening. Place-based strategies aim to revitalize low-opportunity, high-poverty areas by investing in neighborhood improvements, preserving affordable housing, and enhancing infrastructure. Example efforts include promoting higher-density housing near public transit, revitalizing disadvantaged neighborhoods, supporting affordable housing services, and rehabilitating substandard housing to improve living conditions. HCD assigns housing units to regions based on the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, which are then distributed among cities and counties. For the 6th cycle, Anaheim was allocated 17,453 new housing units across all income categories. Anaheim plans to meet its 6th cycle RHNA goal by identifying suitable housing sites and implementing supportive policies. Strategies for the housing sites include leveraging projects in progress, ADU development, and identifying candidate sites, either with existing residential capacity or properties requiring a general plan amendment to add residential capacity. The candidate sites identified include a surplus over the required units to account for market changes and potential project developments. The sites are also strategically located near essential resources like transportation, schools, and grocery stores to enhance fair housing opportunities and improve residents' quality of life. City-owned properties are also considered for housing development. Candidate sites have been identified in all districts based on existing development and available sites that qualified for inclusion in the housing element. Anaheim's housing element underwent multiple reviews and revisions following its initial submission to HCD in October of 2021. After HCD's December 2021 comments, the city revised and resubmitted drafts in 22, 23, and 2024 to address requests for additional local data, increased justification for candidate sites, and more detailed implementation strategies and timelines for the policy program. On January 30th, 2025, HCD confirmed the revised draft meets state housing element law, but will not be in full compliance until the city completes the necessary amendments for the candidate sites. The amendments are the basis of the general plan update, which we'll talk about next. Anaheim's general plan was last updated on a comprehensive basis in 2004, with a number of incremental amendments as well as individual element updates since that time. The safety element was also recently updated in 2023. This focused update includes the land use and circulation elements and the addition of an environmental justice element. With these updates, the city is updating the general plan to guide growth and development through 2045. And as previously mentioned, these updates are the companion effort to the sixth cycle housing element. In addition to the general plan amendments, the project includes zoning code and zoning map and Platinum Triangle master land use plan amendments, as well as the corresponding environmental analysis and an addendum to the East Anaheim Master Plan of Sanitary Sewers. Key objectives of the project are to address housing needs, create additional development opportunities along corridors, create clear community design standards building on existing policy, align with various state requirements, and facilitate future streamlined environmental reviews. The update to the land use element implements both the 2021 to 2029 housing element and the Center City Corridors implementation plan. As mentioned, the city has been assigned facilitation of the production of over 17,000 housing units through 2029. To meet this need across all income levels, we've identified 346 candidate sites citywide. Of those, 195 will require a change in general plan land use designations. Additionally, there are 29 neighboring sites that will not originally included in the housing element should receive consistent land use treatment. These sites were selected based on factors like the proximity to transit, potential for redevelopment, and in some cases, underperforming land use, all while ensuring compliance with state law and reflecting development trends in the city. Sites are located in District 3, District 4, and 5, largely in the Platinum Triangle, and 6, in and adjacent to Anaheim Canyon. After completing the C3 Vision Plan in April 2020, the city focused on creating a regulatory framework to improve conditions and attract economic investment along key corridors, including La Palma Avenue, Lincoln Avenue, Broadway, Ball Road, Harbor Boulevard, and Anaheim Boulevard. This area is generally bounded by East and West Streets and the 91 freeway to the north and extends to the Anaheim Resort and Platinum Triangle to the south. As part of the C3 plan, 863 sites were identified for a change in general plan land use. These changes fall into one of two categories. First, generally for properties along the corridors, providing additional opportunities for the use and development of these properties, implementing the strategies identified by C3. Moving north and south along Anaheim Boulevard, you can see these sites largely on Anaheim Boulevard and Harbor Boulevard to the west. The second set of sites addresses inconsistencies between the general plan and zoning in conflict with state law. These are generally properties that are developed consistent with their zoning, which typically is set at a higher density than the current general plan. As part of the C3 plan, several recommendations were made to create a new regulatory framework, which will apply citywide through the land use element update. One of the key recommendations was the establishment of new mixed-use land use designations to accommodate various densities and project types. These new designations include a mixed-use corridor density up to 6.5 dwelling units per acre, and a floor area of up to 0.5, mixed-use low-medium up to 18 dwelling units per acre, mixed-use industrial up to 30 dwelling units per acre. Additionally, the C3 plan recommended setting minimum residential densities of 18 dwelling units per acre for mixed-use medium and 30 units per acre for mixed-use high, It also proposed changing the implementing zone for mixed-use urban core from downtown mixed-use to mixed-use urban core. As part of the project, we're updating various tables in the general plan, including tables LU2 and LU3 for residential and non-residential land use designations. We're also removing references to downtown mixed-use overlay and updating figure LU4 in the land use plan, as well as tables LU5 and 6 based on the 2045 build-out analysis. Some additional amendments are being proposed to the institutional land use designation. The current designation will be split into institutional high and institutional low. Most of the properties with this designation will be redesignated as institutional low, but the City Hall complex and the hospital medical center properties will be redesignated as institutional high, reflecting the current use and scale of those properties. We're also proposing a new implementing zoning for the corridor residential land use designation. Change would provide more options for multifamily development on properties with a density of up to 13 dwelling units per acre. Lastly, we're making a minor update to the section of the general plan that describes Intermodal Transportation Center to update information on Ardic's important role as a major transportation hub for Orange County and Southern California. Collectively, these land use element amendments implement housing production strategies 1H and 1R from the 6th cycle housing element. Next, I'll introduce Joseph Alcock, a principal transportation planner, who will discuss the circulation element.
Thank you, Heather. Good evening, members of the council. For the circulation element, we really focused on four main components in this update. First, we updated our traffic analysis or traffic model to see what impacts the proposed land use and policy changes in the general plan would have on the future transportation system. Then we updated the circulation elements, goals and policies. Some of these are pretty dated, going back to 2004. Next, based on the traffic forecast, we developed proposed network changes, which I'll cover in a minute. And then we documented our technical findings. Thank you. So with respect to the circulation elements goals, they're shown here on this slide, and I'm just going to cover the most significant ones. The main one is supporting active transportation, so making sure that the city's transportation systems are multimodal so that we can accommodate all users, from moms with walkers to delivery vehicles to semi-trucks, all using our transportation systems here in the city. Supporting public transit and ride sharing. With our tourist economy here and greenhouse gas emission reduction requirements, it's critical that we continue to focus on integrating the various transit systems we have here operating in the city so that we can seamlessly provide those services while also being open to new service models and emerging transit technologies. Supporting enhanced transportation safety, so focusing on our long-range local roadway safety plan and supporting evacuation planning efforts, developing a fiscally sound transportation system, so making sure that what we build is able to be maintained and operated into perpetuity, and then adhering to our state greenhouse gas emission reduction requirements. And here are the proposed network changes that we are recommending here for the circulation element update. The first is removing a planned piece of Weir Canyon from Blue Sky Road to State Route 241. Development is no longer warranting that extension, so we're recommending that removal. And then we're recommending the reclassification of 3 roadways here in the city, so Disneyland Drive, Lemon Street and Raymond Street around the Anaheim city limits to State Route 91. These are really for consistency with the Orange County Transportation Authority's master plan of arterial highways. These changes allow us to continue our eligibility for M2 transportation funds, so it's not a specific change, it's more of a map change just for consistency with the planning document. Next slide. In terms of our planned bike network, we're recommending 2 changes as well. One is the addition of a Class 3 bikeway on Stanley Cup Way to support the OC Vibe development. And then the second includes adding a Class 2 bike lane on Lincoln to support to provide the biking infrastructure to support the zoning changes which have occurred along that corridor in the last few years. Finally, on this slide, we have an overview of our technical analysis that we performed. In terms of system performance, the findings are good news. We analyzed 154 roadway segments, 254 intersections, and we found with these proposed changes that we're talking about tonight, system performance in general improved. Under the current circulation element, we have 5 intersections that didn't meet our city's level of service D or better policy. With these proposed land use changes and circulation changes, We only have one, and we believe this is more of a modeling assumption issue rather than an actual potential future performance issue. However, we're going to continue to monitor that intersection and make sure it still complies with our level of service D policy. And then in terms of CEQA, we developed a VMT forecast, and with that forecast, we found that we did not trigger significant CEQA impacts for the transportation system. Sorry. So overall, the circulation elements proposed changes perform well, and we have no significant congestion or VMT-related concerns with the changes that are before you tonight. And with that, I will wrap up my presentation, turn things back to Heather.
Thank you, Joe. So Senate Bill 1000, the Planning for Healthy Communities Act of 2016, requires local governments with environmental justice communities to include EJ policies within their general plans when revisiting at least 2 elements after January 1, 2018. Environmental justice ensures fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of background, in environmental decision-making. It seeks to prevent any group from facing a disproportionate share of negative environmental impacts from industrial, government, or commercial activities. According to the California Environmental Protection Agency's mapping tool, CalEnviroscreen, 51 of Anaheim's 78 census tracts are considered EJ communities. The communities face higher pollution exposure and socioeconomic challenges than other areas. Adoption of the EJ element implements Affordable Housing Opportunity Strategy 5E, affirmatively furthering fair housing, addressing place-based strategies for EJ discrepancies. While several elements of the Anaheim's general plan already address EJ-related topics, the EJ element expands on these efforts by integrating community feedback and environmental data to establish new goals. The EJ element identifies goals and policies in 8 key areas, ranging from reducing pollution to ensuring safe and sanitary homes. The EJ element addresses the connection between housing conditions, affordability, and public health throughout the city with an emphasis on the EJ communities. On August 1st, 2022, staff held a workshop with the Planning Commission to discuss the EJ element and the safety element, which was later adopted separately. During the workshop, staff provided background on the EJ element and reviewed sample policies, including reducing pollution exposure and improving air quality, promoting public facilities, enhancing food access, ensuring safe and sanitary housing, encouraging physical activity, addressing health risks and disparities, increasing civic engagement in decision-making, and prioritizing programs for disadvantaged communities. The housing element, C3 implementation plan, and updates to other general plan elements previously described require updates to the city's zoning code to ensure consistency and allow for future implementation of policies and programs identified in the general plan update. Title 18, zoning, of the Anaheim Municipal Code would be amended to add Chapter 1812, mixed-use zones, the purpose of which is to define allowable land uses and property development standards for the mixed-use zone, discussed on the next slide. The amendments also include new objective design standards, as Chapter 1839, designed to ensure the quality and certainty for future development. Specifically for Chapter 1812, this chapter will be added to the zoning code to establish land use and development standards for all existing and new mixed-use zones. The development standards were designed to address the unique characteristics and development needs of the 7 mixed-use zones and the surrounding environment, promoting market-driven land use changes, infill development, and ease of implementation. The chapter introduces 2 distinct review processes for various development types within mixed-use zones. Standalone residential and non-residential projects that comply with zoning requirements may submit construction drawings directly to the building division for approval. Mixed-use projects, however, require a final site plan application with a decision from the planning and building director, whom also has the option to refer the decision to the Planning Commission. The amendment implements Housing Production Strategy 1T, consideration of new zoning tools. In response to Senate Bill 330, which prohibits denying housing projects based on subjective design standards, Chapter 1839 was drafted to establish objective design standards, or ODS, for multifamily and mixed-use developments. This ensures high-quality design, aligns with the community design element of the general plan, and streamlines the approval process. The objective design standards address design topics such as site planning, mass and scale, materials and details, frontage types, and historic adjacencies. The objective design standards are written in clear objective terms, consistent with recent state laws. Standards are also included to address adjacency to single-family residential zones and historic resources or districts. Additionally, a frontage-type design manual was introduced as an administrative supplement to the ODS, detailing how buildings interact with sidewalks to enhance the pedestrian environment and maintain desired building form and quality. This amendment implements Housing Production Strategy 1P, review of entitlement processes, development standards, and development fees, as it relates to the removal of subjective language from the findings of approval, and Housing Quality and Design Strategy 3, community design. California Assembly Bill 2097, signed into law in 2022, prohibits cities and counties from imposing minimum parking requirements on most new developments located near public transit. This means that local governments cannot mandate a specific number of parking spaces for residential, commercial, or mixed-use projects within half a mile of a major transit stop. By eliminating parking minimums, the law aims to reduce development costs and encourage housing construction in transit-accessible areas, supporting efforts to increase housing availability and promote sustainable urban growth. Proposed amendments to various zoning code chapters would implement AB 2097 by incorporating references to the relevant California government code provisions. I would note that recent state laws are changing the definition of transit stop, and staff continues to work with applicants on applicability of this law. Generally, these locations are based at the intersection of qualifying bus routes, as well as identified transit facilities like Arctic. This amendment implements Housing Production Strategy 1X, parking near public transit. Additional amendments include allowing dwellings to be permitted on properties with residential or mixed-use land use designations in the general plan that are industrial zoned or limited areas in the Anaheim Canyon in proximity to the Anaheim Canyon Station and or to support the local workforce. These sites were identified as housing element candidate sites, ensuring that in addition to pursuing by right development, qualifying development on specified sites from prior housing element cycles is considered by right. This amendment implements Housing Production Strategy 1K, use of sites from previous housing element cycles. It also implements the new industrial designations and requires future developments to comply with standard conditions of approval. With the establishment of the mixed-use zones, the mixed-use and downtown mixed-use zoning overlay zones are no longer needed and will be rescinded. Development standards unique to the downtown mixed-use overlay zone have been incorporated into the mixed-use zones chapter. The proposed amendments to the Platinum Triangle Master Land Use Plan will reflect the changes in the general plan by creating new residential and mixed-use opportunities in areas not previously identified for housing. This will increase the total number of residential units in the Platinum Triangle by 6,309. The amendments can be broken down into three groups. The first amendment is the introduction of the mixed-use medium land use designation to the periphery of the Platinum Triangle. Identified on the slide with the dashed circles, previously only the mixed-use urban core land use designation was provided for residential development in the Platinum Triangle. The addition of the mixed-use medium land use designation will allow for a diverse range of housing types to be constructed in the neighborhood, generally on properties where office had only been entitled previously. This amendment implements Housing Production Strategy 1G, implementation of the Platinum Triangle Master Land Use Plan. The Platinum Triangle is comprised of 10 development areas, each with a specific allocation of development intensity. The second amendment to the Platinum Triangle Master Land Use Plan allocates the additional residential units into 3 districts: the Catella District, the Office District, and the newly established Sunkist Lewis District. The third amendment to the Platinum Triangle Master Land Use Plan consists of comprehensive updates to the Master Land Use Plan to reflect the proposed increase in residential development within the Platinum Triangle. These updates include modifying chapters, revising maps, figures, text, and tables throughout the Master Land Use Plan document. The current combined East Anaheim Master Plan of Sanitary Sewers was completed and adopted in May 2023 based on the 2020 census data. The addendum dated August 2024 was prepared to incorporate the general plan focused update project that we're talking about this evening. That addendum has been completed. It provides a foundation for prioritizing future capital improvements to help guide opportunities and needs for future general plan amendments, specific plan and land use changes specific to the wastewater flows and sanitary sewer in the East Anaheim area. The general plan focused update also impacts the central Anaheim area, and these growth projections will be incorporated into the new central master plan currently being updated as approved by the City Council on November 7th of 2023. A program EIR is the type of EIR that's used to evaluate a project such as a general plan update or a specific plan, which includes a series of actions that may be considered as one large project and are related either geographically or as logical parts in the chain of contemplated actions. Use of a program EIR provides the opportunity to consider broad policy alternatives and program-wide mitigation measures, along with greater flexibility to address project-specific and cumulative environmental issues on a comprehensive basis. The program-level environmental review for the general plan update and C3 specific plan begin with the notices of preparation and scoping meetings in February and March of 2022, respectively. The purpose of the notice of preparation and scoping meetings was to request input from agencies, residents, and interested parties on the scope and content of the environmental information that should be studied in the PEIR. Ultimately, those two efforts were combined, and the draft PEIR was made available for public review on December 20th for a 45-day period, December 20th of 2024, for a 45-day review period. During that time, the city received comment letters from 3 agencies, 1 organization, and 2 verbal comments at the Planning Commission workshop. The city prepared the required responses, which have been included in the final PEIR. An EIR can include up to 20 topics. Of the 20 topics, the program EIR concluded that the project would have no effects related to agricultural and forestry resources and mineral resources. That left 18 topics to be further analyzed in the draft program EIR. For each topic, the analysis evaluated the level of impact as less than significant with mitigation, or significant and unavoidable. Although the criteria for determining significance are different for each topic area, the environmental analysis applies a uniform classification of the impacts based on definitions consistent with CEQA and CEQA guidelines. Of the 18 topics analyzed in the PEIR, 11 were found to be less than significant, with geology and soils only requiring mitigation related to one component, specifically the paleontological resources. 3 additional topic areas were found to be less than significant with mitigation. These are biological, cultural, and tribal cultural resources. As a matter of practice, the city has been implementing many conditions that relate to topics addressed by CEQA. Compliance with these standard conditions would further reduce negative impacts for future development. The city will be adopting these and other master standard conditions of approval that are applied to all development projects through the plan check review process as applicable as a component of project actions. The draft PEIR includes these standard conditions of approval to streamline future CEQA reviews. These conditions ensure that environmental impacts are properly addressed or that a project justifies why specific conditions don't apply. Additionally, the standard conditions of approval have been codified in the zoning code to improve efficiency in the environmental review process. There were 3 topics which would result in significant and unavoidable adverse impacts. These are air quality for construction and operation. At the programmatic level of analysis, there are no feasible mitigation measures beyond the standard conditions. While the standard conditions would reduce impacts, the impacts would remain significant and unavoidable. For greenhouse gas emissions, the general plan update would focus growth in the areas of the city where services already exist or can be expanded or extended to serve new, more intensive development. Policies included in the circulation element would further serve to guide development and transportation options, reducing vehicle miles traveled and related GHG emissions. The general plan update would result in a substantial decrease in GHG emissions, 20%, but would not meet the 85% reduction goal by 2045 as established by AB 1279. Therefore, GHG emissions are considered significant and unavoidable. Noise, both construction and operation, again, implementation of the general plan goals and policies, existing codes and regulations and mitigation measures would reduce short-term and long-term noise impacts to the extent feasible. However, because specific project details are not yet known, impacts associated with the construction and operational stationary noise would be significant and unavoidable. Regarding traffic noise, certain roadway segments within the city could experience excessive increases in traffic noise at build-out, but again, unknown at this time. As further detailed in the findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations, the substantial benefits resulting from the implementation of the housing element and general plan focused update outweigh these potential adverse effects. Throughout the housing element and general plan focused update process, the city has prioritized community engagement to ensure meaningful public input. For the housing element, staff conducted extensive public outreach beginning in early 2021 through community workshops, the Housing Element Update Committee meetings, and an online survey to gather input on housing policies. Outreach efforts included bilingual advertising and events to ensure broad participation. Key activities featured 3 community workshops, 5 technical focus group interviews, and multiple commission and council workshops. A dedicated website provided resources, and the draft housing element was made available for public review, with transparency ensured through postings and notification before each submission to HCD. For the C3 plan, we conducted in-person outreach at district meetings, community events, and open houses, as well as virtual stakeholder meetings and an interactive story map website where residents could provide feedback. For the environmental justice element, we maintained a dedicated project website with ongoing updates and opportunities for input. Outreach efforts included bilingual flyers, social media promotions, virtual workshops, and a focus group with community leaders to address key environmental justice concerns. The land use element involved extensive public engagement, particularly in selecting housing sites for the 6th cycle housing element update. This included community workshops, technical focus groups, surveys, and multiple meetings with the Planning Commission, Housing and Community Development Commission, and City Council. For the circulation element, we hosted a public workshop, attended community meetings, conducted a survey, and engaged a technical advisory committee. Based on the feedback received, we revised the circulation element's goals to improve clarity and adapt to evolving transportation funding challenges. Finally, to ensure transparency ahead of both the Planning Commission and City Council public hearings, we mailed notices to over 1,000 property owners affected by land use designation changes, providing details on the modifications while clarifying zoning and development standards. Staff engaged directly with property owners, responding to questions and addressing concerns. Through these efforts, we worked to ensure the community has had multiple opportunities to participate, shaping a general plan that reflects the needs and priorities of Anaheim's residents. The Planning Commission found that the proposed 2021-2029 housing element update and general plan focused update, including the new environmental justice element, amendments to the zoning code, and updates to the Platinum Triangle Master Land Use Plan, comply with applicable state laws and policies. The update will implement the goals and policies of the draft 6th cycle housing element, aligning with the city's efforts to accommodate growth, promote sustainable development, address environmental justice issues, and enhance economic and housing opportunities. To ensure compliance with state law requirements and meet the mandated 8-year housing element update cycle, the Planning Commission recommended that the City Council approve and adopt the 2021-2029 housing element update, DEV 2021-00002, and the general plan focused update, DEV 2021-00223, including certification of FPEIR number 356, findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations, and mitigation monitoring program number 394, and approval of related zoning code, map, Platinum Triangle, master land use plan amendments. Staff also recommends that the City Council approve the East Anaheim Master Plan of Sanitary Sewers Addendum. This concludes my presentation, and the whole team is available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. It's been a long road to get here, and that was well represented in your report. Do any council members have any comments before I open up for public comment? Councilwoman Rubalcaba?
I just have a question. So I actually have a resident who reached out, and my apologies for not connecting with you, but they did receive a public notice that you highlighted, one of the 1,000, and it was actually their home address was on the amendment. So I can share that with you, but I'm reluctant to approve something with somebody's residential single-family home address being changed from its current general plan land use designation from residential low medium density to proposed general plan land use designation mixed use medium. And it's a single family resident on a small residential street. So I don't know if that was a mistake, but I can come over and show it to you if you'd like.
Sure, and I can answer broadly, and then we can certainly discuss the specifics. So I mentioned the C3 project identified a number of properties within the project boundaries where we have inconsistencies between the zoning of the property and the current general plan. Many of the properties are developed consistent with their zoning, so this property is probably developed below their consistent zoning.
It's a single family resident on a small street.
Correct. So the C3 project did identify a number of those. And Christy, can you put that back up? A lot of the projects kind of interior to the corridors where we have a general plan and zoning inconsistency. So state law back in 2018 started requiring charter cities to address the inconsistencies between zoning and general plan. Additional state law requires us to not downzone properties. So this site was probably picked up as part of that. It is not intended in many of these, I would say, in fixing inconsistencies. We don't intend necessarily for new development to occur, rather just to fix the inconsistency.
I think just as the person who represents District 3, I think that there is concern that residential single-family homes are being rezoned because I think one of the things, especially in my district, where quality of life is an issue, there are parking challenges already. We're building multi-family dwelling units in these residential areas to rezone to mixed use medium on a small street means that somebody might be able to build an apartment complex that's 4 units on a single family, 1-story home property. And I'm not trying to, believe me, I'm not, of all the people, I'm not trying to hold up this housing element. However, when I get letters from residents, this is a concern when it is a single family resident. And I don't think this is required for us to necessarily change this to get our housing element approved.
Certainly, if you would like to hand your phone to Elaine Giamprosidi, who's sitting behind me, she has the detailed list of all the properties, so she could look up that one specifically.
Okay, while she's doing that, don't see any other comments right now. We'll go ahead and open it up for public comment, but before we, okay, sorry, Councilman Ross.
Thank you. Can you just define what a major transit stop is?
Certainly. So that's coming from state law. So when the bill was initially written, it was the intersection, or would you like to take it? I'll start and you can correct me. It was the intersection of bus routes with a 15-minute interval at a 15-minute headways at peak commute time. So if you have, let's say, Catella and State College, those would have a route that has a 15-minute headway that intersects north, south, east, west. So the major transit stop would be the radius around that. There was a state law amendment in January that decreased or increased, depending how you want to characterize it, the headway from 15 to 20. So it acknowledges that there are changing demands on transit service. So routes would still be that intersection of the two qualifying transit routes.
Thank you. And if I'm understanding correctly, there are no minimum parking requirements in those areas. Is that correct?
We can answer each other's questions backwards. So yes, so state law would say that if you're in that area, the city cannot enforce. There are certain criteria if there is an impact to existing residential and commercial uses, and the project is not exempt from a challenge, we could make certain findings and tell the project they could not avail themselves of that requirement.
That clarifies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before we take public comment, I want to let everyone know that a video was submitted to the city clerk to be played during the public comment for this item. That video has been reviewed, and we are unable to conclude that it is necessarily relevant to these proceedings. It may be relevant to other items within the city's jurisdiction, but not necessarily to this item. The video is also 17 minutes long, which is longer than the 5 minutes allowed for public comments for legislative hearings. Having said that, we are willing to allow the video to be played during the public comments of anyone here who would like the council to consider it, as long as it is done consistent with our rules. Specifically, speakers willing to play portions of it may play whatever portion of the video is within the 5 minutes allotted. This item is a legislative item which does allow for more discretion as to what may be heard or considered or be deemed immaterial by city council members. In light of that, but in the interest of broadly interpreting the Brown Act to allow for public participation, which is Government Code 54954.3, we will allow the submitted video to be played as explained here. So anybody that, our public commenter that wants to play a portion of that video can play 5 minutes of it or whatever portion of it during their allotted time. That being said, Madam Clerk, do we have any speaker cards for this hearing?
Mayor Pro Tem, we do. We have 10 speakers wanting to come forward on this public hearing. The first speaker, if they could step forward, is Alice, and I pardon if I say the last name wrong, Yukala.
Good evening, Council. My name is Max Uwekawa. I represent my mom, Alice. And we have a trucking business in, I think, your Section 6, close to Anaheim. And we keep getting these letters stating that our property is going to be affected. And my family's question is, are you forcing us to sell? Are you forcing us to move out? Do you want us to close our business down? Because my family's gone through this many of times. They've been relocated in camp. My dad went to 11 different high schools. My mom's house got eminent domain in Los Angeles. We had a property in Huntington Beach that we were forced out of. We bought this property in 1971. We mind our own business, we pay our taxes. Just want to be left alone. Do your thing, whatever, leave us alone. Mr. Perez, we met with him. He said no one's going to be kicked out. And that's what our concern is. Are we going to be kicked out? With all this development, are we going to get kicked out? And let's see here. We have a lot of people that park at our yard that have built this city, and they have no place to go. And they come to me and ask for parking space. We keep our place clean. We have the EPA come in to check our oils. We're all clean. But these letters are very intimidating to my mom, and she's 89 years old. She can't deal with it much, and so she's asked us to come and talk to you guys and ask these questions. Are you guys forcing us to sell? Are you forcing us to move? Are you forcing us to close our business? Mannheim has a lot of property. They can go all over the country and all over the state, Fontana, Ontario. We have no place to go. So we're asking your guidance so we can deviate any potential conflict.
Thank you. And I'm going to go ahead and we'll let Ms. Allen address that because we're not forcing anybody out.
No, and sorry if I may clarify. So the notices that you received. So what this action does is it essentially gives you additional options. So the zoning of the site doesn't change. You can continue to operate like you are today. You can expand.
Conforming use.
Correct. You're not non-conforming. What this action does specifically was we didn't want to take away anybody's property rights. We didn't want to make anybody non-conforming. But all of the actions this evening will give you additional potential that at some time in the future, if you wanted to do something else, you have that option as well. But absolutely, we are not requiring you to sell, to relocate, or forcing you to do any of those things.
There's 3 other families that couldn't make it, or 2 other
Same.
families, and they asked us to.
Yes.
Also, so, okay. Those other 2 you can erase them.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next.
So we'll go to the next speaker. I believe the speaker said that also included the comments by Robert. So we'll go to our next speaker, please, and the time limit is 5 minutes.
Hello, Grace Arzola again. So I saw that you guys got feedback from 20 homeowners out of 1,000, that's 2%. For me, that's crazy that you guys got an input to rezone an area with only 2% of people. And I think the city could do a lot better in making contact with the clients, like you said, parking. I don't even know what district I am because I've never came. I'm on Anaheim Boulevard in Wilhelmina. So I'm not sure what district that is. But I did see that when you guys pulled up the map, that area was dotted brown. What does that mean?
Which area, what are you on?
I'm on Anaheim Boulevard in Wilhelmina, and it's dotted brown or lined through brown. What does that mean?
And you're in District 3.
Huh?
You're in District 3.
In District 3.
Boulevard. Yeah, but what does the line, the
Dashed lines
broke
along
line,
Anaheim
yeah,
Boulevard?
what does that mean? And it's unacceptable. You guys got the feedback of 2%. If I was presenting, I would not have included that. I would agree with you. They did not engage, and they sent out letters, and it looked like junk mail. And you guys have to do better in getting people's feedback, and not only homeowners, tenants. Like you mentioned, parking. Parking sucks, and I know everyone says that the parking is the responsibility of the homeowner who lives there, but the reality is that rents are too high, and not one family could afford a house by themselves in Anaheim. And usually people commute here because they could no longer afford it. So if someone could tell me what that means, and why do you guys find it acceptable to only engage with 2% of the homeowners? That's embarrassing.
Okay, if you can complete your comments, then we can ask our staff to.
And are container homes gonna be allowed to be there, like additional units? Because you guys are saying we're rezoning and you guys could build additionally. You guys are not taking in fact that a lot of people are low socioeconomic status and don't have that extra money, $40,000, $50,000 to build that additional unit. But you know who does? Investors have that money. They have that money and they will buy us out, and that is not okay. We have to do better. And guess what? No one's gonna get a HELOC. The interest rate is too high. It's not okay. So someone please explain what's going on to me.
Okay, thank you. So you done with your comments?
Yep.
All right. So thank you. Heather, can you tell what the dashed lines along Anaheim Boulevard are?
Yes, so the dash lines, and you'll see a couple different colors. So the dash lines are properties where there is a proposed change in the general plan. Specifically to the properties you were asking about, they are currently with the general plan of low medium, and the proposed change is mixed use medium. So it basically, mixed use low medium, thank you. So essentially it's taking the same residential density and adding an option for either standalone residential, standalone commercial, or a mix of the two, but it's the same, continuing the same residential density.
Density, okay, thank you. All right, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mark Herbert.
Okay, 5 minutes. Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. The next 4 speakers will be showing a video, so we'll be using our time together to show the 17-minute video. And then at the conclusion will be a speaker tying everything together. And let me start with a little bit. I want to finish where I left off in my general comments about how nobody listens during this housing element process. And I'll continue on with the example. It's like waiting for responses to emails sent to the mayor, council, city manager, or the ATID advisory board members, or whether it was waiting for the public record request to be fulfilled. The silence was deafening. Though the I meant culture, did its best to smother public engagement, there are still records of the public's attempts to engage at the margins of the public record. So with the written documents Ivan dropped off over there, I have included over there is the Housing Element Update Committee. Those 14 hours of hearings I went through, and there's questions that remain unanswered, still prevalent today. I went to the comment letters that the HCD sent, where it emphasized public engagement, the importance that Anaheim had to meet that. I have included 100 pages of public comments made at council meetings. They are dated, timestamped, and noted. They go back almost 3 years to 7/19/2022, about 220 comments. The council, staff, and public comments are arranged chronologically in an effort to simulate the back and forth of public engagement. I looked at alternative paths like the ATID Advisory Board. There's 2 public record requests over there, and there's 60 pages of notes because I read the 730-page draft. And I've also included 65 pages of letters that remain unanswered that I've sent to the mayor, council, and staff. That's not public engagement. Patterns lead to policies that lead to culture, and it circles back. Culture leads to patterns and leads to policies. Public engagement is the path out from Anaheim's current pay-to-play culture. And I'll close by saying, public engagement does work if you look at the record. The record's over there. And because for the past 10 years, various councils have been reluctant to read the housing element and the public comments, we're going to provide a video to get our point across today. Thank you. So we'd like to play it straight through with the following speakers donating their time. And our final speaker will be the closer.
And Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, what we will be doing, I will be, there's 1 minute and 46 seconds left on Mark Herbert's time. I will go ahead and play that. We will pause it and have the next speaker so it shows the 5 minutes for each speaker allotting their time.
Okay, thank you.
You know, in covering the ongoing situation surrounding Angel Stadium and the city of Anaheim and what is the future of that venue and that land, I've obviously been paying attention to every bit of coverage from Southern California that I can get. But there may have been something that I totally missed. And this came with the busyness of opening day, the start of the baseball season. But I do believe this negative audit, this bad audit of Angel Stadium, this might factor into the future and any kind of deal between the city and the Angels ownership that ever happens. This might actually have more weight than anything lately that's been going on. So let me rewind here and get some coverage from NBC4, the television station down in Los Angeles. This was at the end of March. State Auditor Grant Parks had issued a review of Anaheim's lease with the Angels for Angel Stadium, criticizing a lack of access for inspections and its revenue-sharing terms, which compare unfavorably to other stadiums in the state. And there's a lot of other examples, baseball stadiums, football stadiums, hockey and basketball arenas. So the state auditor was asked to go over the entire situation of the lease between the city of Anaheim and the Angels for Angel Stadium and that property. And yeah, it came out to be a pretty unfavorable audit. Senator Tom Umberg, a Democrat from Santa Ana, who asked for the audit with Assemblyman Avelino Valencia, also a Democrat from Anaheim, in August blasted the lease agreement and said he will work with the city on how to get more detailed inspections of the nearly 60-year-old stadium. And I should also back up here to remind you that among the oldest stadiums in baseball are obviously Fenway Park and Wrigley Field.
We'll ask the next speaker to please come forward. Vern Nelson.
I'd like to continue the next 5 minutes of this video.
Those are cathedrals. Those are historical landmarks, and those will be preserved forever. They've been redone so many times over. And the same thing with Dodger Stadium, which is, I believe, the third oldest stadium in Major League Baseball. That one has been totally overhauled too, many times over. Angel Stadium has got some upgrades, has had some renovations, but it is approaching 60 and it's nowhere near in the same state of care as all these others are. So it definitely is up there in age, and it's also definitely on the lower end of total overhauls and renovations. Quote, if nothing else, we need to at least look out for the health and welfare for folks who attend the stadium, Umberg said. One of the most stunning terms of the lease agreement, he said, is the prohibition on inspections, which I think is outrageous. Wait a second. The city of Anaheim owns the land, owns the stadium, owns the building, but can't inspect the building? There's a prohibition on inspections? Why would that be? And how would the Angels have the right to close the doors? This is the typical landlord and person renting situation. If you're renting the facility, you don't own it. You don't have the right to tell the landlord, we can't do this inspection or there's a prohibition on it. But again, maybe that's in the terms of the lease. Like, that is how the lease was spelled out. So it's not that the Angels are acting differently now. It's the fact that whoever drew up this part of the lease, it does kind of seem outrageous. It's not a necessary change that's happening. It's not something drastic. It's just an inspection, a periodic inspection once in a while. A detailed assessment of the stadium is also necessary, quote, in terms of the deterioration of the asset, Umberg added. This is a huge asset to the taxpayers of Anaheim. We have an obligation to ensure it's basically not falling to the ground, end quote. And I agree. This is not a 6-year-old facility. It's not a 20-year-old facility. This is a 60-year-old facility. And trust me, as somebody who lives in a, I think, 60-year-old house or close to it, you start to get into age and things needing replacement and a lot of maintenance and just stuff that needs to be looked at, that if it were a younger venue, you wouldn't have to take these precautions. Umberg said extreme weather from climate change poses new risks to the stadium that weren't there when it was built, such as high winds fueling wildfires. Quote, this building was built so long ago, the conditions that existed back in the day have changed. That, he said, is an immediate concern. Anaheim Mayor Ashley Aiken said, the audit will help guide city officials going forward. Now, the mayor has recently been the one to, since this audit came out, try and push things forward. She wrote the open letter to Artie Moreno on the Angels home opener, which was about a week after this audit came out. And she kind of stood alone, and other city council members have actually since then gone to her in a public meeting and said, we wish you wouldn't have done this all by yourself. We need a group effort here. But she tried to start the conversation, push some negotiations. What are we going to do here with this stadium? If you want to buy it, what's a proper sale, procedure and price and all that stuff. But here's what the mayor said, quote, we welcome the recommendations, which will inform any future lease discussions, Aiken said. Our residents can rest assured that any future lease will be better and stronger. Well, as it relates to the city side. I mean, the lease is pretty beneficial. I think it's like $1 a year of rent for the team side. There are some other ways the team has to pay the city of Anaheim if they exceed a certain amount of tickets sold. But the bottom line is the city is saying, well, now that we've seen this and been alerted to this, we have to do better and stronger. This is a 30-year-old lease that we are bound by. The Sidhu Council, Mayor Harry Sidhu, former Mayor Harry Sidhu, had the opportunity to address many of these issues and didn't. By the way, Harry Sidhu was recently sentenced to prison over a corruption scandal. He was trying to go behind his own city's back and offer inside information to the baseball team on a potential sale and purchase. Moving forward, I'm confident in our city audit team's oversight of this lease with our latest audit set for later this year. So they're going to do another audit based on the fact that the state has said you don't do this often enough and you don't actually have tabs on what's going on here at this stadium. The city's share of ticket revenue is $2 for every ticket sold, in excess of 2.6 million tickets annually, the auditor said. There you go. So it's not just the $1 per year of rent that the Angels pay. It's the fact that if they do so well in ticket sales, the city gets to benefit. And for a lot of years, the city got to benefit. However, quote, low attendance meant that Anaheim
Have our next speaker come up, Mr. Mark Robbins.
Please continue.
And noting this is a video being presented through public comments.
Receive a share of baseball revenue between fiscal years 2020-21 and 22-23, Parks wrote in his letter as part of the evaluation of this audit. So a couple years of lesser crowds, and all of a sudden the city of Anaheim is not making much off this deal. It's not as beneficial by any means. Quote, in the nearly 30 years between fiscal years 1997-98 and 2024-25, Anaheim received a revenue of $30.6 million from baseball ticket sales, parking, and other events, while incurring $30.2 million in expense for debt service and stadium maintenance, resulting in a net total of just $415,000 for Anaheim over this period. This is what the auditor is saying. This is not what the Angels are saying or what the city of Anaheim is saying. The auditor is saying Anaheim, in 30 years, you basically profited only $415,000 by having the Angels use this stadium, excluding rent revenue and stadium renovation costs. So the point is, maybe they could do a little bit better moving forward. Quote, Angels ownership pays no ongoing rent and will pay no ongoing rent despite its option to extend the lease with Anaheim multiple times, including the 3-year extension option that it exercised a couple months ago back in February 2025. So let me read this first and then explain it. The city's lease runs through December 2032, and it can be extended for up to 6 more years, even past that. There are these outs for the team, but so long as they keep in the lease, they pay no ongoing rent and will pay no ongoing rent. The city of Anaheim does not have these same escape clauses. The Angels can keep re-upping their lease. When these windows open, they say, nope, we're going to take it. We're going to stay right here. We're going to keep riding this very good wave of a deal. The city and the Angels could be on a collision course in court. Now, here's where it starts to get interesting. Again, maybe you've stuck through this video for 8 minutes. You're saying, well, what's the hook here? Obviously, they can't inspect the facility. Anaheim's not getting a lot of money out of this facility, but what's the hook here? The city and the Angels could be on a collision course in court over a disputed amount of money regarding repairs over the years, the auditor said. Basically, because this is so wishy-washy and there's not a lot of black and white to this, there's so much gray area that there could be room for legal proceedings. The auditor faulted city officials for making just, quote, minimal efforts to verify that the profit sharing with the team was accurate. Wait a second. The city is at fault, the auditor said, for making minimal efforts to verify that profit sharing was accurate. Like, how much actually are you making? Oh, we'll just trust you. You made $5? Great, we'll take 50 cents. When they actually made $50. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might want to see the receipts so you could actually make this a fair transaction. Quote, Angels ownership annually provides the city with letters indicating the revenue due to the city, but the letters do not include any supporting documentation, the audit reports. I mean, we're on the trust system here for how much revenue. It's like maybe paying your taxes at the end of the year. Is it entirely a trust system? No. I mean, you have to file all the paperwork. You get it from your employer. You have to maybe submit that to the government. Like, everybody's in the loop here with the paperwork and the documents. And in this case, the paperwork and documents are not even being exchanged here. City staff verified the baseball ticket sales figures at Angels ownership reports by comparing them with figures reported by Major League Baseball, but do not take other steps to determine whether the parking or other event revenues appear reasonable. So Anaheim hasn't even been checking the team. And again, so as much as the city can say, well, you won't even let us inspect your building, but then on the other hand, the city's also not even double checking how much money the team is making and how much the city should be collecting over the years. Again, you can start to see all these gray areas get bigger and wider and the room for potential conflict when they actually have to come together and make a deal. The non-baseball events at the stadium, such as monster truck shows and motocross competitions, quote, have been Anaheim's largest source of stadium revenue in recent years. But, the report says, city staff neither document the other events held at the stadium nor request any information about other events from Angels ownership, according to the audit. And I laugh here, but again, Like, this is an asset. Everybody knows in the city of Anaheim, this is an asset. And all you're bound to do is just double check the math and not be on the trust system. You've been trusting the Angels for 30 years on this, and maybe that's why you've only made $400,000 off the team situation. City officials say they
And we'll call the next speaker up.
Stephanie Mercadante, please continue the video.
And again, noting this is a
quote,
public video that is being presented during public comment.
It's rather than auditing twice a year as allowed under the lease, according to the audit. Now, that's amazing. The city can audit the team up to twice a year, but there's a prohibition on stadium inspections, like to make sure that the infrastructure works and the heating and the cooling and the pipes and the electrical, like the structure, the foundation, all that stuff. They can't inspect that, but they can audit the team twice a year, and they don't even do that. Auditing twice a year is allowed under the lease, according to the audit. Over the last 12 years, there have been just 2 audits, in 2013 and in 2018, the auditor said. So it's been about 7 years since, but good to see that the city is already on it. So let me begin with my takeaways. This video has already gone far too long, but I had to explain so much. This is so deep. Now you can start to see the deeper picture of what's going on here. It seems like both sides have dirt on each other. The city can point at the team and say, well, you don't even let us inspect the building. But then people in the public can point at the city and say, well, wait a second, you're not even counting how much the Angels owe you. You don't even know if you're getting paid the right amount for this. You're shorting us as taxpayers of this city of Anaheim. You don't even know if you're doing the job properly. So there can be fingers pointed all the way around here. And like I said before, when it ultimately comes down to, hey, we need to make a deal, we need to sell this land, which, by the way, I'll talk about OC Vibe here in just a second, has kind of similarly been done right across the freeway. But when it comes time to making a deal and selling this for the right price, and who's been benefiting off of this deal for a long time, are they just going to put blinders on to the past and say, well, whatever happened, happened. We're only here to make this deal here and now. Or are both sides going to say, well, we've been doing you a favor for a very long time, so now we want something in return? Speaking of what's going on surrounding the Honda Center, I mean, this is kind of what the Angels want to do, is what the Ducks ownership are doing literally right across the freeway over at Honda Center. Honda Center is the indoor arena opened up in the 90s, home of the Anaheim Ducks, and has been surrounded by parking lots for years, like a lot of venues were when they opened up in the 80s, 90s, and even 2000s. And so now the owners of the Ducks are developing everything surrounding Honda Center. The fact that construction just got underway, they're doing it in phases. It's supposed to wrap up in the early 2030s. It's called OC Vibe. But that's exactly what Artie Moreno and Angels ownership want to do on their side of the freeway. My point is here, is there a market for 2 outdoor stadium villages, an arena district and a stadium villages, like right across the freeway from each other? It's kind of crazy that maybe the Angels just missed out on this. Maybe they're late to the party. Maybe it's not going to fly like the Ducks. No, not going to do that. Maybe it's not going to go the same as what the Ducks are doing right across the freeway. And so there is an example of how to get this done. There is kind of a template. The Ducks are doing it. Now, I don't know all the financial details of how the land was acquired, or I think they might already own it with the ownership of Honda Center that the team has. But the bottom line is there's already a comparable, a comparable development going on across the freeway. So the Angels would have to be in line with something just like that. So is there too many projects of the same kind that the Angels want to duplicate something that's already happening? And then the last thing here, stadium age, approaching 60 years. Is that a big deal or is it not? Does the stadium really need $200 million in replacing of things, or all the systems and areas? And I'm not even talking about the luxury stuff. I'm talking about the bare bones and basics of a structure that's approaching 60 years old and has been redone. It used to be football and baseball for the LA Rams. Now it's been the Angels for multiple decades only. But does this stadium need some TLC? Does it need some money and some attention poured into it so that it can last? Or is it actually not falling apart, but is it having some issues? We don't know, because proper inspections, at least by an outside source other than the team, haven't been allowed to happen. So is the stadium age only an inconvenience here? Are we going to play this up like, uh-oh, it's falling apart, it's a big deal? Or is it just fine? I guess we don't even know yet. but at least the audit has brought all of this to light. Okay, went on way too long, but I thought you might appreciate all those very inside details and this backstory, because knowing this, it'll help us understand whatever happens next between the city of Anaheim and Angels ownership. By the way, the city has already said they're going to start in their council meetings putting forward the path of how they want to deal with the Angels. They know this is right around the corner. They know that the Angels are trying to get something done. They're not opposed to it. They just don't want to get fleeced by it. Let me know in the comments section below what you think about all this. Also, thumbs up while you're down there. Greatly helps me and this video and this channel. And one more request, if you would, subscribe to this channel.
The most pressing issue in this city is the lack of housing, or should I say the lack of low and very low income affordable housing. We have plenty of market rate housing that sits vacant because people cannot afford to buy or rent due to the exorbitant prices. In fact, there are so many market rate units that entire buildings in the Platinum Triangle are being sold to Chapman University to use as student housing. Entire projects that were built for sale have been turned into rentals, and yet they still sit vacant to this day. This lack of affordable housing has led to a consistent increase in homelessness and an increased overcrowding, resulting in the hot topic of lack of parking and increased overall poverty in Anaheim. This city council, along with previous councils, have neglected their residents and still continue to bow to the almighty developers of market rate housing to this very day. Some suggestions for you. Number one, public engagement on the housing element needs to be resumed. It ended in September 2021, 3.5 years ago. There is nobody more involved in city politics than Mike and I, and we were never once notified. The Housing Element Update Committee was created, controlled, and dismissed under the Sidhu Ament reign of terror. Natalie, you should know you were a member of that committee. I am so sick of hearing Ashley tout how Anaheim is the most transparent city in the history of the world. The lack of public opinions, engagement, and suggestions speak to a complete lack of transparency. The pay-to-play culture has been rampant in this city for decades, and it is time to end it. The number one way to end it is to increase public engagement. There needs to be a minimum of 25% affordable housing required in all developments on the Angel Stadium site. However, all developments on Angel Stadium properties should actually have to be 100% affordable, with 50% affordable housing in the low and very low income categories. This property should fall under the Surplus Land Act, and this property belongs to the residents of Anaheim. And the residents of Anaheim need housing, need affordable housing. The last thing needed around Angel Stadium is more vacant market rate properties. Platinum Triangle was dreamed up by Kurt Pringle and Natalie Meeks decades ago. And you can see the project failure simply by driving by at night and viewing the darkened units. Yet this culture of building only market rate developments continues till today. This city will not be able to provide more affordable housing until there is city funding and mandatory inclusionary affordable housing policies in every single development. There should be no buying their way out of the requirements by developers. This affordable housing problem is going to explode with the loss of state and federal fundings that Anaheim has grown so reliant on. In your mind, you are already spending the money when the parking structure bonds are paid off. We could see it in the recent budget hearing, yet you should be planning on subsidizing voucher holders because that money is going away. Or will you instead allow thousands of more Anaheim residents to become homeless? It is time for you to publicly acknowledge what everyone has known for years. This city is broke. It is broke because of deals like this with the Angel Stadium. The only way to build up Anaheim's coffers is to have an entertainment tax, $3 on every visitor to the city. Every visitor to Disneyland, the Convention Center, Angel Stadium, Honda Center, the Grove. The city is broke. Times are changing, and our housing problem has tripled from the 5th cycle to the 6th cycle. It is time to acknowledge the problems and do something about those problems. It is time to create a new revenue stream because obviously for some reason the tourism business is not cutting it. And that revenue stream needs to come directly from the tourists themselves, not from the residents. Until the city publicly engages, we will be forced to look outside like in the past. The Surplus Land Act, the Visit Anaheim audit, the Angel Stadium assessment, the JL Group investigation, and the biggie, the FBI investigation which led to the guilty pleas of Harry Sidhu and Todd Ament. The firing of Chris Zapata, city manager, during the Sidhu Amet reign of terror had a chilling effect on the independence of city staff, which continues to this day. The staff still follows the council's direction, or else. The staff realizes that the cabal still exists. I have always said same cabal, just different faces. Take a look outside. You cannot eliminate the people on the streets, even though you try your best. If you put as much effort into housing people as you do in arresting them, our problem would be solved. You should be ashamed of this city's RENA numbers. It is time to do something positive, something for your community. What don't you understand? Housing. Housing is the answer. Housing is the answer to the problem. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Brian Kay.
Happy day. It was a number of years ago, back when Dr. Jose Moreno was on the council, and there were developers, and somebody asked, why aren't there more affordable homes? And the council and actually the developer said, because there's no parameters. There's no guidelines. Anaheim doesn't have guidelines for affordable housing. Other cities do. You go to Costa de Caza, even Mission Viejo, they have affordable housing guidelines. Kind of want to step back. That was a perfect presentation. It almost described utopia. Matter of fact, reminded me of the last meeting, agenda items number 17, 18, and then the public hearing for the Porsche dealership. Just utopia. The chief of police, everybody was describing what we're going to do with Anaheim and how perfect it's going to be. Carlos Leon, sir, you had an excellent presentation in Spanish. You just broke down and you delivered a speech and you described how the police are embracing the community. Like, here, we're going to do all this. We're going to make everything great. And one of my phrases is, yo tengo amor y respeto para usted. But then I have to look at you and I have to say, I'm sorry for this, please forgive me, but ¿por qué tú tienes solamente palabras? You know, action. I mean, you say all these things that are perfect, but you don't actually embrace your own, the presentation. You know, as an example, those presentations were so perfect 2 weeks ago that I sent the 6 of you that don't have a protective order against me a thank you, an engagement. Matter of fact, Norma, you even begged for the people to interact and to come forth and to share, just like you did at the oath of office speech. You please come down and share with us. So I kind of want to share on a sad note that even if you do all of this and you rubber stamp and you agree, es solamente palabras. It's just words. And when you invite people to come down and they do come down and they do share ways to make that and to implement it and to make it function, you do not respond. Not one of you even sent me a message just saying received. I mean, I know you received the emails, but you didn't even say, hey, thanks, I got the message. And for any of these projects to work, they require, and forgive me, I'm not turning my back on you, I'm turning my face to the people who make them possible. These are the people that make it, these are the people who go to work. I mean, it's a shame because, Norma, all you would have to do to address my issue is look over here to them, I mean, to this group, and nod and say, take care of Mr. K's issue. Whereas these people here, this group, the people here, and myself, I own a termite control, a construction company. Do you know when I get to say I did something? After the house has a new fascia. After there's a new concrete curb. After I took action. I don't just get to tell the homeowner, hey, tell me what you want done and pay me. Goodbye. No, the customer tells me what they want and then I take action, and then I get paid. But you keep paying yourselves para palabras. You keep paying yourself for the words. And that's dangerous, especially with the police. I mean, people die because you vende las palabras, but you don't take the action. You don't do, and you even said, hey, we need to take action. We're right here giving you the opportunity. Every single person here is giving you the opportunity to make Agenda 17, 18, the Porsche dealership, and what the presentation, you have the option to make all of this possible and to make it succeed. And do you know what it takes? For you to listen to us and respond and communicate with us. Even if it's just a received, let us know. But we have valuable information that make that right. Pay attention to the speakers and myself. Happy day.
Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers, and also noting for the record, we did not receive any electronic comments on the public hearing.
Thank you, Clerk. We will close the public comments, and I will open it up for council comments. Councilwoman Rubalcaba.
So Heather, I'd like to, I know that we reviewed that street, Raleigh Street, and I'd like to request that we remove that from the amendments to the general plan.
Certainly, and just for clarity for the record, it's the 1200 block of North Raleigh. So when you get to motion making, we can walk you through what that looks like.
Perfect. And then I'd like to just, if you could show us the Wilhelmina or the property that was on Anaheim Boulevard, I'd like to visualize where that is to get a better understanding of the potential impact.
It's south of La Palma.
Yeah, it's Anaheim Boulevard, I think, with the little brown, yeah, right there. Yeah, oh, south of La Palma. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I want to make sure it's not currently residential, or I think she could bring up a visual.
Yeah, so again, these were the properties that had a low, medium general plan, so low, medium residential, and the proposed change was mixed use, low, medium. So keeping the same density, allowing for either residential, commercial, or a mix of the two.
And what are they currently now? Did you say they're currently residential?
The general plan is currently low, medium residential.
Residential, so we're opening it up to potentially becoming commercial?
And the zoning is CG, so that's one of the properties where we have zoning of commercial, general plan of residential. So they could either continue as commercial, if they're commercial, they could expand as commercial, they could implement the general plan as it exists today, which would be the low, medium residential, and then fixing this inconsistency, making it mixed use, low, medium, they can still do any of those things.
And I'm a landmark person, yeah, although I'm very familiar with the area. What's currently there? Is that like the muffler shop? What's?
A house, a duplex.
A duplex?
We're in between the church, then the city hotel. The city hotel, we're like the only house right there.
Okay.
1910.
Okay. So I guess what I want to understand is what is there negative impact that could currently happen to the residents that are on that street?
No, so essentially anything that's there remains what is there. Again, they have a commercial zoning, so if residential is not consistent with the zoning, sounds like it's consistent with the general plan, that would remain. If they've got 2 units there, again, that this does not take away anything that they currently have, doesn't make them non-conforming any differently than they would be today. It just changes the general plan to make them more consistent with the zoning, which is the commercial but continues to allow residential at the same density.
So it's mixed use. So now it's going to be mixed use.
Mixed use.
And then there's commercial that are adjacent or next to each of your properties. Okay. So if you could reach out to my office too, because I just want to work with you to understand more of your concerns, and then we can continue to work with the planning department. Just so you know, as your representative for District 3, I grew up in this area, so for me, parking is an issue. As you saw, the state has really tied our hands, so I always encourage residents to reach out to our state representatives, and that does include Avelino Valencia, who is running for state senate, and he is currently our assembly member. But we need to be making sure that our state representatives know that they are negatively impacting our communities when they tie our hands when it comes to parking. So I know that was a concern of yours, but so what I'm hearing you say is there's no issues with the mixed use side, so the residential is not going to be removed to build.
Correct.
Okay. And then I know in the Colony area, there are also other brown things there. Those are already current developments that have already been built.
Correct. Many of the Colony properties are what I'd explained initially, right, where we have the inconsistency between the zoning and the general plan. Most of those properties are built out consistent with their zoning, which is at a higher density than the general plan. So this action cleans that up, moves the general plan to be consistent with the zoning. To the extent there are properties that are in there that are Mills Act or National Register, that would govern, right, meeting the historic requirements would be the first thing that we would look at if there were development proposals to come in. And also, as I mentioned, with the objective design standards that are coming forward, it does include provisions for new projects to address historic adjacency. So if there's something in the Colony that is coming in, we now have adjacency standards, which we didn't previously have.
Perfect. And then the St. Michael's property, which also impacts District 3. So can you explain the changes there? Because I have to say, I know I've received a significant amount of concern from the community members in that area that that's too densely of a project that is being proposed by the developer. I know that state law has been passed that does limit some of the things that local government can do, but it does concern me still because I know they've reduced it by, it's gone from 3-story to 2-story, but still that area is super impacted. As planning knows, we've worked with the local businesses in the area, but to drop in a multifamily units into that parking lot just seems like it's gonna really impact the quality and character of the neighborhood.
Certainly. So St. Michael's property is 311 West South Street. So that, again, same situation. It's zoned RM3, so an existing multifamily zone with a general plan of low-density residential. So to fix that, we can't downzone it under state law. So we couldn't say you can't do something lower than the RM3. So then we're proposing to increase the general plan to low, medium density. The corresponding general plan would be up to 18 dwelling units per acre. So we see that typically in that 2-story, maybe 3-story town, depending on the product.
Isn't it currently a church? So the church was zoned as residential?
Mm-hmm. Correct. And I would say, correct, so 18 dwelling units per acre.
So if we didn't, I know that we can't downzone, but what if we did nothing?
So if we did nothing, we would continue to have an inconsistency. So again, state law has required since 2018 for cities to make progress in addressing the inconsistencies. So we are certainly doing that with this effort, but we would have an inconsistency, and then the applicant, should they wish to request their own general plan amendment, they could do that.
Can you explain what inconsistency?
Sure. So general plan has implementing zoning. So in the general plan, we say for, in this case, low, medium density, we have a number of zoning classifications that can implement that zone. So implement that general plan. So general plan kind of policy level, we give maximum densities and intensities of development. And then the zoning code gives you all the regulations of how do you do that? How do you implement that general plan? So when you have an inconsistency is when you have let's say, a multifamily general plan and a single-family zoning, or a single-family general plan and a multifamily zoning, or a open space general plan and a commercial zoning. Because Anaheim is a charter city, until 2018, those things could move independently and frequently did, which is why we have a lot of inconsistencies across the city that we're trying to address. We've addressed many through our recent code updates. This action, I think, gets kind of a next big chunk of properties to address that
So I guess
consistency issue.
public engagement will speak to that housing development issue when that should arise. So that goes to my last comment related to communication and outreach. So we did have a public commenter mention the low response rate to communication. How can we enhance that process? And I know this is something that is a priority for many of us on council. I'd love to figure out a way to be more, I guess, make our public notices easier to understand and make it so that we're not just using snail mail, but possibly email, text messages. How do we make sure that our residents are aware of some of these issues and not just one outreach, but multiple, with an explanation of how it impacts them? Because I mean, it does appear to be scary when you get a public notice at home that something's happening to the property that you live in, and you're not sure if you have any recourse to that. So what can we do to enhance the outreach and communication for our residents?
Certainly, and I did want to point out to you on the South Street question. So in the objective design standards as well, we do have new standards for adjacency to single-family residential. So again, new things, new tools that we will be bringing forward that we don't have on the books today. To answer your question on noticing, so the 1,000 notices that we sent both for Planning Commission and City Council were above and beyond what was required. And we actually did not use our standard public notice format for the reason you mentioned. We wanted to make it not scary, make it something that people would not throw away, and really try to explain what they had, what they were getting, and that these were not actions that would take away existing property rights, existing entitlements, existing, make anybody non-conforming. And we did provide Nick Taylor, who's the project planner for this, his contact information. And I think in all of the conversations that he did have, folks appreciated the clarifications. So absolutely, I think how we communicate with folks is I think on all of our to-do lists. I think it's a strategic plan component as well, to figure out how, with technology, we can continue to engage. So I think something that we'll continue to work on.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you. In that vein, before I ask my other questions, it would be really nice if, when you're sending those kind of notices out, that we get a copy of them, just so that when people call or email us, we know what they're talking about. I have a question here on Anaheim Boulevard. You earlier this week, this was yesterday, shared a map with me that included 100 Midway. Is that removed? I can't tell from this
so
map.
it is currently shown on the right. It's this, it would be the properties that don't front on the street, and that is the mobile home park. So we could certainly, at your request, remove the 100 Midway property as well, which is the mobile home park.
And you wanted to change that to mixed use?
Correct.
Currently, 140 families live in that mobile home park, and I would really like to have it removed from the list. It's already high density for that little area. So if you can do that, I'd appreciate it. Also, look, you talked about circulation, and just want to point out the potential on Anaheim Boulevard for a lot more housing. Even today, before the council meeting, I was talking about the problems on Anaheim Boulevard, between, actually, right now it's Palais and Cerritos. We've built out there. We're going to add more on Midway, and the traffic is, and illegal turns, running of red lights are getting to be a real problem. And so just want somebody to be alert to the fact because these are all businesses right now, if they decide to build homes, mixed use, high density, we need to continue to consider the issues or the impacts to the traffic patterns there. It is getting to be a real problem without the build on the east side of the street. So I'm glad to hear you always look at it. However, we need to continue to look at it, and I know that's part of our traffic engineering department, but it's the changes in the patterns of traffic have changed significantly in the area. So just a caution as you build. I think that's a lot of build for the area, but I understand the need for housing, and so I'm not going to oppose any of that other than that mobile home park. Thank you.
Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I just had a question. One of the very earlier slides on candidate sites, if you can pull that up. I just wanted to confirm if you could restate what this is and what it means.
Correct. So candidate sites, one slide back, has a mixture of both sites that have existing residential capacity that's not built. A lot of that's in Beach Boulevard, plus sites where we identified a general plan amendment because we need to add residential capacity. There are a number of criteria that went into the analysis of finding the sites, particularly for the general plan amendment sites, and looking at District 2 and the level of development that is already there. There were 108 units that we were able to bring forward for your contribution. So yes, every district has sites, but it was really looking at where does it make sense to add the new growth. So District 5, largely the Platinum Triangle sites, District 3, District 6. So you can see there was, looking at where we had vacant sites, where we had underutilized sites. There were less of those in District 2.
Thank you for that. So again, just to clarify, what I heard you say is District 2 is essentially, a lot of it is already built out, and the zoning is going to essentially stays consistent, and there aren't any major changes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I think that's it.
Okay. On District 6, when we talked the other day, there was a couple of sites that were in the middle of the Canyon business area, and I expressed my concern with those sites because I just philosophically think putting residential in an island where there's no parks, there's no schools, there's no grocery stores, it's a business district. I would like to take those out. You even said that HCD didn't count them because they didn't think it was a great place for housing. So we're not going to lose anything by taking those out. And I think it's going to create long-term problems for the city when they start demanding, where's my park? So we'll if you can take those out, that would be great.
To clarify, I believe we're talking about the green hatched area on the south side of La Palma between Kramer and Miller.
Yes, not the stuff over at Imperial, stuff that's near, even the brown areas to the north, those are adjacent to residential and residential services in Placentia and Yorba Linda. So I'm okay with those. Those are close enough to other residential, but that green area right there just was kind of an island among businesses, and I didn't think it was a good fit for residential. And that being said, I know you've done a ton of work on this. I'm going to support it because I need to. I hate it. You know, just saying that, I think the state is forcing requirements on us that are bad for neighborhoods. I think the accessory dwelling units without any consideration for neighborhoods. I think the parking, lack of parking is destroying neighborhoods. I am very concerned with what the long-term outlook for California and our neighborhoods looks like, but I know that we have to do this, so I am going to be voting for it, but it is going to be painful. So anybody else? We've got Councilmember Maz.
Thank you. Excuse me, I know there's going to be some intensive development in District 5 around the Platinum Triangle. My question or comment is about the city's infrastructure and how we're prepared for that increase. Is that cost shared amongst developers and builders, or is that cost passed along to Anaheim residents?
So I'll answer that a few different ways. So because we included these sites and did an amendment to the Platinum Triangle Master Land Use Plan, we have also evaluated all of the sites in the EIR. So we've looked at the impacts of the project on water, on sewer, on traffic. So that is addressed from an evaluation standpoint. There is a CFD in portions of the Platinum Triangle, so those properties contribute to infrastructure. There is a process for properties to become part of the CFD, which requires property owner approval, so we are not bringing that forward as part of this action, but that is an option if that made sense based on the infrastructure needs at that time. Generally speaking, the city has impact fees that it charges to projects, so park fees, traffic impact fees. The city is separately working on an effort that's using the build-out projections through 2045 to update the impact fees, which I believe will be moving forward for consideration that the finance department brings forward. So if and when that gets into place, then these properties would pay the then current rate of the fee or the CFD, if that made sense.
It does, thank you. I know we are decades behind in building, and I will support this.
Councilwoman Bayless.
First off, I'd just like to commend staff for your work on this report. And I know it's been a bunch of hard work, and I see, a lot of creativity that went into identifying, a lot of the suitable places and help the city meet its RENA allocations. So I want to say that. Thank you to the staff, first off. I'm fully supportive of new housing construction in Anaheim, but one of the things that maybe I'm not so wild about, I'll agree with some of my colleagues up here, is what the state dictates in terms of what we have to do. So I'll just ask this question: is there any, funding revenues that the state bring down to help us build some of these affordable housing units?
So with the dissolution of redevelopment, the state kind of took away the city's dedicated annual certain funding stream for affordable housing. So there are obviously grant funds and different pots of money that the city goes after, but they do not, along with our $17,453 allocation, write us a check to help fund construction. So we do apply for grants, we do apply for whatever funding we can, but there is not an income stream to date that's replaced the redevelopment funds that we've lost.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Leon.
Thank you. Just to clarify, because I know I remember having you present on the housing element before, and if I remember correctly, there was at some point a slide about the previous cycle and how we hadn't met we definitely above for market rate, I think we're doing great, but for the affordable housing, I don't think we met our goal. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that. And so I guess my question is, I'm not guessing, my question is, for this new cycle, are we doing anything differently as compared to the previous cycle to make sure that we're trying to meet more of those affordable housing units being built?
Sure. So I would say the council's actually taken some important steps that we did not have in place for the fifth cycle. So you've adopted the inclusionary ordinance, so that adds a requirement for qualifying rental properties to construct or fund. You've created the Affordable Housing Trust to establish a mechanism to collect funds. You've negotiated community benefit contributions from projects. So all of those things kind of help, to Councilmember Bayless's question, to create a replacement, albeit still much smaller than what we got for the redevelopment set aside. But I think as you all know, affordable housing, particularly in the low, very low, is generally done by an affordable housing developer, and market rate, and some moderate, is done by a market rate developer. So by the best way to move the needle on the city side is to have programs that require projects to do affordable, or mechanisms to obtain funding where we can provide gap funding, we can provide assistance and help those projects. We can contribute land if we have housing authority property to help facilitate the affordable side. So I think you've already done a lot. I think we'll continue to move the needle forward. But again, this is a plan, to hopefully help the developers be able to do the units. And then, Grace's team, like you heard on Tampico today, we're able to construct and partner with developers to construct units as well to I think, make a difference with some of those low-income categories.
So essentially, we're not necessarily where we want to be, but based on where we've been, there are a lot of tools at our disposal because of actions that we've taken.
Correct.
That is going to hopefully make a difference as we enter this new cycle.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Rubalcaba?
I just wanted to add on to one of the questions from Councilmember Bayless, but just for the record and the good of the cause, we have to basically approve this in order to continue to receive funding for the Housing Authority to build affordable housing or transitional housing or any of those initiatives to meet our goals. And we've had to make concessions that impact quality of life in our neighborhoods simply to get this approved.
Yes, that's correct. So we are working, this kind of meeting schedule is one that we had set, working with HCD to retain our HAP funds and some other funds, as you mentioned, both some key funding for homelessness, as well as some other housing funds that are unrestricted that we would not get otherwise. So yes.
And HAP funds, just for those who don't know, that's funds similar to what is used for Tampico restoration or rehabilitation, whatever we want to call it.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a motion? I'll move the item with the changes that we requested.
And I'll second that.
And if I may, Teresa, just to clarify, so I'm moving the item, which would include for the resolution with respect to general plan amendment, we would accepting the 1200 block of North Raleigh, 100 West Midway, and the properties on La Palma between Kramer and Miller. These are non-substantial changes, so review, again, by the Planning Commission would not be required.
Okay, that is the motion and the second.
Director of Planning, just to confirm, that's amending the second resolution as presented to council.
Correct.
Thank you. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim certifying the final program environmental impact report number 356 and adopting findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations and mitigation monitoring program number 394 and the general plan focus update and related actions. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim amending the general plan housing, land use, and circulation elements and adopting the environmental justice element as amended. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim amending the Platinum Triangle Master Land Use Plan and making findings in connection therewith. And a resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim adopting the East Anaheim Master Plan of Sanitary Sewer Addendum dated August 2024. And this also includes the introduction of 2 ordinances. And the vote is 6 ayes and no nays with the recorded absence by Mayor Aiken. Motion carries.
Okay, next is a report on closed session. Mr. City Attorney, do we have anything to report?
Items 1 and 3 were considered no reportable action.
Okay, thank you. Now is the time for future agenda requests by the city council members. Do we have requests? Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you. I was hoping to be able to say we addressed 2 issues regarding Visit Anaheim. We've closed on one issue, and that is the money that they owe us, going to get paid over 2 years. Hopefully, we'll close the item that was moved today. We've had discussions going on for 6 months or so now on housing and the resort hotels contributing to housing through ATID. I am hopeful still that we're going to get to a decision. But for now, what I'd like, before I get frustrated with all the delays, can we get the steps that need to be taken? Because I know there are several. We can't just vote. They can't just vote to say, yes, let's do it. Several things have to happen. Can someone put those in an order with, and I noted an event that has to occur and then the time frame in which it has to occur. So if somebody has to, this board has to vote, it has to be noticed for 30 days, and then the next thing can happen, and we have to wait 60 days for that, just exactly what that future process is, so that I, along with my fellow council members, have an idea of when might we expect something to come to council that we can vote on.
So yes, staff will prepare a memo of the steps necessary to bring that item to council for approval with estimated, required timelines and then estimated timelines to prepare necessary documents to get those things in order. I will report before Rob cuts me off that staff met today to prepare something from the city's side to push across the table to the ratepayers.
Thank you.
All right. Don't see anybody else. I would like to add a recognition for Nori Ayumatsa. He's a 94-year-old Korean War veteran, and recognize him for his work in promoting and recognizing Korean War veterans and his story. So if we can agendize that, that would be great. And with no other business before the City Council, we stand adjourned until May 13th.